All right, team. So SPY up to 398s today, mostly consolidating sideways. Hit 400 yesterday, pulled back a little bit. Today we have Target. Today we got retail and wholesale inventory, Chicago PMI, Target earnings, uh, consumer confidence data, Chicago PMI data, all dropping this morning. So yeah, we'll see how the Target earnings influence the market. Here's Target right here. All right, guys. So yeah, you can kind of see Target at 166. The expectations for Target are $1.39 EPS on 30.71 billion in rev. All right, guys. So all right, guys. So market's rebounding a little bit, mostly choppy today, though. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm looking at all the music they have available that I can actually buy. Nobody I really know of, and I don't know who this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like any big song to pay for it, it's like hundreds of dollars. Let me look who else they got. Yeah, so we do have Target earnings today. Target drops their numbers at 6:30, so in about 12 minutes. We also have AutoZone at 6:55, so in about 30 minutes. That's all. We have Advanced Auto Parts. We also have Norwegian Cruise, which is NCLH today. AMC earnings are actually this evening that we're going to be covering those as well. So those will be good too. What's up, Aaron, Pawn, Mimi, Snow, Nani, Driss, One Love, Beach, ST, everybody else, Martin. Yeah, sorry, hold on. I'm playing with this music. Let's see. Let me make sure y'all can't hear this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm testing out music. I want to make sure y'all can't hear it. All right, guys. Tesla up to 211. All right, so Target. Again, the expectations for Target are 30.71 billion on $1.39 in EPS. All right, we're gonna get some music playing in just a second. Hold on one second. All right, guys. All right, Target at 165s currently. Let me do a poll here. I don't think we did a poll here. Yeah, we'll have to mess with the music another time. I'm kind of looking at the creator music. I could buy like a bunch of artists that I kind of know of. Some of it's free actually, so I could probably play some of it for free and get some actual music. But to be honest, I'm sure if I play this, I'm gonna have so many people complain about it that it's not gonna matter anyway. Um, Target always disappoints. Yeah, here I got you. Hold on, let me put the music on. There you go. Let me know if you can hear the music. Hey, good luck, Snow. Apple go to 154, maybe. All right, guys. Does the market close green today? We also have AMC earnings today as well. a factory in Mexico for Tesla. I'm so confused. Don't understand where the market wants to go. Well, the market hasn't really done much over the last few days, to be honest here. The market's been mostly sideways since the 21st or so. For the last week, the market's mostly been sideways, consolidating right around $400 or so. That's kind of what the market's been in now, mostly sideways. Did AMC run yesterday? Let me see. I see Tesla up there. Tesla up to 210s. AMC up to 760s. Hey, that's great, man. I'm in AMC right now. I hope it continues. I'm green and forward now too, which is nice. Still in Google. Still in Lyft. Down in Lyft. Down in Google, but not by much. Break even in AMC now. Yeah, listen, I hope AMC runs, man. People act like I want to hold AMC down just because I don't know if it's going to hit 100,000 or whatever they say nowadays. I don't even know what they say nowadays, but I hope it runs. I really do. Yeah, we'll see. Got the TD Ameritrade. I'm just glad my streaming is good today, man. They said my apparently Weeble is changing something with apparently Weeble is changing something with their PDT rule. Like basically, honestly, and this is the problem with stock markets sometimes here. Here's the real problem. All right, is that like your brokers like Weeble and TD Ameritrade, the PDT rule basically restricts you from day trading. It's one of the worst rules in the stock market. And basically what it does is it stops you from being able to actively day trade. You know, you need at least 25 grand in equity with a margin account to be able to day trade. And what basically the way the rule used to be in effect is that if you broke the PDT rule, you know, they would freeze your account for 90 days, right? They would freeze your account. Like y'all see me actively trading here. You see me buy the SPY. You'll see me buy like 25, 50 shares of the SPY in pre-market over and over again, buy and sell in pre-market. If you have less than 25 grand, you can't do that. You know, like if you have that's why it's funny when people say I'm trading a paper account, because it's like if you got less than 25 grand, number one, on a paper account, you can't get filled like that in pre-market on Thinkorswim. You know, you're just not going to get filled like that with a paper account. It's just not going to work. You know, you're not going to get filled like I get filled here. And I'll show you guys in a second when I start trading in about 30 minutes. But the other thing is that if you have less than 25K, you're not going to be able to actually do that. And the rule used to be if you broke the PDT rule, they would freeze your account for 90 days, right? So it's like it sucks, but it's, you know, 90 days is not the end of the world. Now, if you break the PDT rule, you get one break of the PDT rule. And if you break it again after that, you only get one time. You get one leeway with them. If you break it again, your account's done. You know what I mean? Which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You know. And again, I saw this on Weeble. Weeble sent put out messages. Weeble basically said, let me find it. They said Webull is making changes to the amount of pattern day trader resets available to an account holder. Currently, if an account is flagged as a pattern day trader, this can be reversed every 90 days by submitting a pattern day trader reset or PDT reset. Starting March 6th, account holders will only be allowed one PDT reset request for the lifetime of the account. Any previous resets will be forgiven on March 6th, and all accounts are eligible for a single lifetime PDT reset starting March 6th. Yeah. So basically, you can't trade anymore with them if you do it once. This is what the PDT rule really does. What the PDT and the T2 rule actually do is they protect the banks. It's all about banking, man. The banks are who this protects. This doesn't protect the trader. It's actually worse for the trader. It makes somebody who wants to actively day trade have to do it with a super big account for their first account. If you're a new trader and you want to actively day trade, bro, you need 25 grand. What day trader has risk management in the beginning of their trading? None. You're basically making a trader who has no risk management day trade almost $30,000. What's the dumbest rule you could ever think of? Like, again, it's the dumbest rule you could ever think of. It's keeping small money out, and it's protecting the banks, unfortunately. Like, that's what it does. Yeah, Fubo with their offering, man. Kind of crazy. All right, so Chevron announced it's going to start raising its targeted annual share buyback rate to $17.5 billion starting in the quarter 2 of this year. They expect annual free cash flow greater than 10% at $60 Brent crude, extending its 12% return on capital employed target to 2027 at $60 Brent. All right, so Target looks like it dropped their earnings report just now. So let's see what Target earnings showed up as. They dropped on this here. So Target just tanked. Target dropped 189, beat the 140 estimate. Sales beat expectations as well. So better than expected earnings and drops. Here's the Target numbers here. Again, better than expected earnings, and they dropped. So Target didn't really disappoint. They did better than expected. They did better than expected on EPS, better than expected on sales. Bad guidance, I guess, is what it is. This is. All right, so this is the reason they're down. The reason they're down. And they bounced back. They're pretty flat. But the reason they are down is because they said slower sales growth and rising operating costs are hurting its profit in the most recent quarter. A shopper continued to spend cautiously with inflation hitting their buggies. The problem here is like, bro, don't nobody want to shop at Target right now, man. Dude, I go shop at Target. I spend 20 minutes shopping at Target, bro, buying essentials. It's $400. I am not happy, bro. Every time Kara always wants to go to Target, and I'm like, nah. Like, we don't need to go to Target right now. You go to Target, bro, you buy like 3 things, it's like $500. Like, Target is just unnecessarily expensive. I don't care if people judge me for going to Walmart. I'm going to go to Walmart. Smart people retain their wealth through spending smart, Like, you don't want to look rich. You want to be rich. And sometimes sometimes there's a cost to looking rich and buying expensive stuff. Target's just super expensive. I never shop there, to be honest. Whenever you got like going to Target, you're gonna spend 30% more at least usually when you go there. So I never buy it. Carol likes going there though. Yeah, so lower guidance numbers. Here's their guidance numbers. This is really what dropped Target right now. Target sees first quarter EPS 150 to 190. So this is first quarter guidance. 150 to 190 versus 214 estimates. Fiscal year 23 EPS 775 to 875 versus 540. So their fiscal year EPS estimates were way higher than expected, but their first quarter EPS, so this most recent guidance number was worse than expected. Still, they're starting to bounce back though. They're pretty much break even from the earnings report. So, it's possible that the full year fiscal year 23 EPS that you can see here is influencing them. Yeah, they do have good clothes. I bought clothes there before. Yeah, they do have good clothes. I'm not knocking them for their clothes. They got some solid stuff there. Yeah, but I don't care. I'll be seen at Walmart all day, bro. I don't care about any of that, AMC up to 760s. Yeah, again, the problem with Target is it's just too expensive. All right, guys. So all right, guys. So Target breaking back up to 167s right now. We also have AutoZone numbers dropping in about 20 minutes or so. We're green on our forward trade. We cut it yesterday. Looks like it was the right move. SPY still. Let's see how the SPY's reeling from this. So the SPY negatively reacted originally, mostly flat on target earnings. Target earnings, if you look by the conventional metrics, EPS and sales rev, they did better than expected, but their guidance numbers came in short for their first quarter guidance projections, but their full year fiscal year 23 guidance numbers were pretty solid, to be honest here. So, I mean, Hey, thank you, Zahid. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Kmart went under. Bro, I remember Kmart, dude. Like, listen, Kmart gets a lot of hate. But as a child in the 90s, Kmart had one of the best game sections of all time. Kmart games section was legit, bro. They let you play all the games. I still get nostalgic when I see the Kmart video game section. I gotta Google what this looks like. Like the Kmart video game section was the coolest one. They had Madden. I remember they had football. It was just cool, man. Yeah, the Kmart game section was cool. Trying to find a picture of it, but I don't see any. I remember Kmart though. Kmart's are cool, man. Again, Walmart just ate them, basically. Target going green up to 168 right now for Target. So a negative reaction initially, starting to rebound back up. Bro, for video games, man, I remember, look at the SPY rip. Hey, up to 398s. So SPY's ripping up, Kmart's ripping up. Or Target. I'm sorry, Target's ripping up. No, to be honest, I remember Electronics Boutique, EB. I remember EB a lot. I remember KB Toys a lot. I remember KB Toys, Electronics Boutique. GameStop didn't really come out until like the 2000s, to be honest. At least not where I was from. Oh, wait, let me look at the... Yeah, I mean, I think Pawn as a mod car is just kind of trying to go at it from a liability standpoint. One thing is, like, just never pressure anybody to do anything here, Like, it's fine to state your opinions about different things, but when you pressure people to do something and then you could be wrong, then it's one of those things where it's like it just gets people in trouble, and it's just not really what we're about here, brother. You know what I mean? Like, it's all love here, man. Like, again, it's just one of those things where, one of the rules is just don't pressure people to do anything, But it's all good. Radio Shack, yeah, I remember Radio Shack for sure. All right, guys. Let me do this. So SPY still moving up here. Target moving up. AMC moving up. We do have AutoZone numbers dropping soon. All right, guys. So we'll see if the market continues to rip up. Again, I'm in Google right now, so this should be good for me. Like I said, I want to see the market move. I want to see the market head up. So let's just hope it continues. All right, guys. Market's still pumping up to 398.70s here. 398.70s. Let me pull my Discord up. I don't even have that up yet. Yeah, AMC rip it out. That's good, man. And AMC has earnings today too, so that'll be fun to watch what happens. Let me see if there's any news on AMC. Yeah, there's not really any reason for AMC's rise up here. Yeah, Pawn. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up, Roderick? What's up, man? Uh, what's crypto doing? I haven't even looked at crypto. Bitcoin up there. Target kind of looks like a good little dip here, but again, I'm not telling you to buy. We're at 23.5K for Bitcoin. Coinbase. Coin relies just purely off of what Bitcoin does. You know what I mean? So it's like Coinbase is going to move with Bitcoin. Bitcoin goes up, Coinbase is going to go up, and vice versa here. I mean, that's the way you got to look at it, I think. Hey, what's up, Big? Hey, man, listen, I've built this playlist over years, bro. I've been streaming for years, right? So every time I find a song that I like on Epidemic Sounds, I just add it to my playlist. And so my playlist on Epidemic Sounds, man, literally has like days worth of songs. It's got like 700 songs or so on it. I wish it would let me start it from the beginning, bro. Let me see if it'll let me. There should be an option, but for whatever reason. They should let me, but for whatever reason they don't. But yeah, I appreciate it. Target testing 170 right now. SPY still moving up. Look, 171s. Target right at 171s. Big range on Target right now too. And so we're green and forward. Yeah, we got retail and wholesale inventories today as well. If you don't know what those are, they're relevant for inflation. You know, we also have Canadian GDP data, but yeah, retail inventories, core retail inventories is what it is. Wholesale inventories as well. Good trades balance for January. And then we got the house price index. We got the Case-Shiller and CB consumer confidence today too. And then we got AMC earnings in about 10 minutes. So 171 for Target here. So Target's moving up. Good. All right, guys. So yeah, SPY almost up to 399. Let's see if we break 400. If we look at the actual poll numbers here, we might try to trade a little bit too. All right, so yeah, we might try to trade a little bit too. Target up to 171s, but we got to wait a little bit. We can't trade for another 13 minutes or so. Does anyone drive for DoorDash here? Nah, man. I'll tell you this though, like yeah, for sure, Roderick, 100%, man. Thanks, man. Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite parts of my morning is I wake up in the morning and I listen to actual like music before I turn the stream on. Sometimes when I start the stream, if you see me sitting there quiet, it's because I'm listening to music, and I just don't share the audio with you guys because I'll get copyright striked. I told you guys yesterday I was kind of trolling my daughter a little bit. I put on Pimp C Gravy, the song Pimp C Gravy, and my daughter ended up actually liking the song, so it kind of backfired on me. But we live in Houston, and so I might as well teach her about Mike Jones, Pimp C, and all those. But one of my favorite parts of the morning is waking up and listening to that, and then I have to turn it off after the stream starts. So I get kind of bummed out about it. I was looking at YouTube Music, like creator music, and so YouTube now, like they changed things where now they actually let me buy the music, like so I can buy some music, right? But they don't have any of that stuff. Like they don't have any of that. They do have some like Lil Boosie music, but it's expensive. It's like to use it, it's very expensive. So I'd have to buy it. And spend hundreds of dollars per song to get it, which might be worth it one day to just get a couple songs that are good. But yeah, YouTube Music, they now let you buy it. They now let you buy the music itself. If I go to YouTube, if I go to Creator Music, is what it's called. Creator Music. Like, where'd it go? Yeah. So yeah, you can now like rent, or you can now buy or rent music from YouTube, but so my point behind all of this is like sometime soon I might have some actual like real well-known songs in my library of music I can play on stream. And if you have any requests, guys, regarding that, just send me some requests. Again, if it's super expensive, I'm not doing it. But there's some of them where they're free. Like there's some some of like Lil Boosie. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, right? So like Lil Boosie, it's like anybody from Baton Rouge listened to him as they got when they were young, and now I still listen to him a little bit now as well. But he had some free songs on here, but I don't know if I can play the songs that he's got on there, to be honest. But I'll have to look. And if you guys have any suggestions, let me know. Spy pumping up to 399s right now. 399s. What's up, Jimmy? Yeah, I'm from Baton Rouge, and so I grew up listening to like Kevin Gates and Lil Boosie. Anybody from Baton Rouge did, really. Fox. Yeah, Fox is good. I remember Fox. What happened to Fox, man? Fox had a few good songs, man. His albums were good. I liked them. Spy up to 399s right now. So let's see if we can break 400 on the Spy. Yeah, hopefully LSU will be good next year, Charles. I hope he is, man. Or I hope they are. We got Coach Kelly now. I think we get Daniels for another year, if I remember. AMC to the moon. Hey, listen, I'm with you. I hope it does. There's AMC right there at 760s. It looks good. Target ripped up. Again, I guess it's reasonable for Target to rip up. Ludacris, bro. I can only imagine Ludacris. I mean, I don't know. Ludacris. I remember listening to Ludacris growing up too. Blueberry Yum Yum, but I'm sure that music's expensive too. Let me find it. I gotta find it. I can't remember where it went. Let me see. I can tell you guys, like, but a lot of it I'm sure is going to be expensive, All right, guys, we got about 3 minutes and then AutoZone releases their numbers. So here we go. So Ludacris. Yeah, so Blueberry Yum Yum, they don't have that one. Let me see. No, they don't have any Ludacris. They don't have the. So Ludacris doesn't let you buy any of his music at all. So there's none of it. So Ludacris, no. Not surprising. A lot of the like really big artists are gonna just not do it at all. Put Wayne up in here. Let me see what Wayne has. I wish they had the Carter too, but they don't. They don't have any Wayne either. Okay, so yeah, no Wayne. Yeah, well, like I said, I'll have to look at it. They're not gonna have a lot of people, I'm assuming here. Mostly, it's up and coming artists that I've never heard of. you know. Yeah, I don't know any of these. Yeah, I have to keep looking. All right, guys, look at Target rip up at 176s here, man. It was just at like 171s, 172s. This thing's moving in pre-market. Google at 90.15s, Ford up to over 12s. AMC had a huge rip yesterday. If you look at this, there's not really any justification for it. I think people are just getting hyped up ahead of the earnings report today. So again, we'll see what happens there too. Vanilla Ice, yeah. Hey, well, good luck hybrid trading. Hey, what's up, man? All right, guys, so we're about to have AutoZone earnings come out too. Here's Target. Target basically pulled the market up with it, which is good. Here's AutoZone. They do drop earnings. They're not really one of those stocks that moves a lot. Bro, AutoZone is a $2,500 stock. Man, they must have reduced the float some here. Yeah, they must have reduced the float. Yeah, not funny at all, but it can happen. Yeah. All right, so here goes AutoZone numbers here. But yeah, AutoZone, man. They reduced the flow. So AutoZone came in with second quarter EPS of 24.64 on expectational numbers of 21.33. So AutoZone did better than expected for EPS. Revenue was expected to show up at 3.56 billion, and instead it showed up at 3.7 billion for sales revenue. So 3.7 versus 3.56. So better than expected sales and EPS here for AutoZone. I'm not sure if they post guidance numbers. We'll have to wait and see. But that's something to pay attention to as well. And we'll put this number up in chat as well if you guys want to see it. Yeah, aside from that, we don't really have anything big. We have Advanced Auto Parts coming out with stuff. We've got Norwegian Cruise. All right, guys. So AutoZone, it doesn't look like it's going to move that much. We're really mostly watching Target here. I wonder if Walmart was affected by the earnings report. It looks like it was to a certain extent. We also have Clover Health dropping their earnings today, but Apple. So pretty flat day for some stuff here. Looks like getting out of Microsoft yet last week was the right move. AMC still on the threshold list even after run yesterday. Hey, good luck, Snow. Target at 165.95. Good entry. Again, here's Google. Right now, Google at 90.15 or so. We're going to see if we can go green on this one today. We're basically break even on it right now. Our entry price is right around here, 90.55. We put a marker where it is right there at 90.55. So we'll see what happens on that one. Also, there's Tesla. Tesla up to 210s for Tesla. Anybody been watching spring training in baseball? I haven't had the time to pay attention to it, but when the regular season starts, I'll be watching it. March 30th, so yeah, we still got about a month of spring training. Hey, what's up, Tailgate? Hey, thanks, man. Tesla's still pushing up, almost to 211, so you can kind of see we're in a sideways range. There's 6 o'clock, so we can now trade again. I might buy the SPY's dip here. But yeah, like these type of fills are not going to happen on paper. Somebody accused me of paper trading. Let me let it get filled. Maybe I got to wait an extra minute. There we go. That type of fill is not going to happen on paper in pre-market. Like I'm just not going to be able to get filled that way in pre-market trading. If it was paper, that is, if it was a paper trading account. AMC pushing up to 760s. Tesla just broke highs here. So yeah, we'll see if we can keep it up, but Tesla just broke highs. Hey, what's up, Shepard? Yeah, I think the pitcher clock is good. Like, people are hating on it, but it's like, bro, they needed that, man. The pitchers stall so much in baseball, and I'm a baseball fan. Like, I understand the pitcher has to kind of get into his groove, but it's gonna definitely increase offense, right? Because again, one of the things that happens is like pitchers try to make, like, waiting is difficult as a batter, right? When you're sitting there waiting to hit, waiting for the pitch to come, it's kind of like a psych out sometimes, right? So they'll take a long time to throw the ball. And I think having that 10-second, or no, what is it? A 20-second clock. Having a 20-second clock is going to increase offense for sure. It's going to make the game move faster. It's going to make more people watch baseball. I'm more excited to watch it now for sure. Because you get a really big offensive team like the Padres or somebody. And, they're going to be going off sometimes. And that'll be fun to watch. They also banned the shift. So they banned the shift in certain ways, right? So they didn't ban it completely. Like, the conventional shift is still allowed in baseball, but they banned like the unconventional ones essentially. And I think that's a good move too. That's going to improve offense as well. And I think that's what they're trying to do. I think they understand, like, I love baseball, but it is sometimes boring to watch, man. It really is. It's sometimes boring to watch. And I think now with those updated rules, I think it's better for sure. Yeah, 100%, man. No more huge, super long baseball games. All right, guys, so we're green a little bit on the SPY right now. Gavin Lux. Man, that's worst case scenario, man. It's a knee injury too. If it's an ACL or MCL, that's bad. It's the worst thing you could get, except for like Tommy John or something. But that's not good, obviously. I hope he's good, man. That's a big L for the Dodgers, though, for sure. All right, so we're starting to move up. We got 25 shares of the SPY here, just 25 shares. We'll see what we do on the rest. Hey, what's up, Manny? Yeah, I'm okay with the auto runner on second. I think what happened after some of the games that happened this past year, like the one that comes to mind is the Astros versus who did the Astros play to like 16 or 17 extra to the like 15th or 16th inning for hours and hours. I didn't watch the game. I was at a concert, but I think with some of the super long games that we had this past year, I don't think they're going to get rid of the extra runner. I think when you in baseball, you need to speed up the game a little bit, and I think that's one of the ways you do it, and I'm okay with that when it goes to extra innings. Like it's worse when you have like the NFL rules for overtime is worse, I think, where if you win the coin flip and score a touchdown on the first drive that you win the game. I think that's a ridiculous rule. You got to give both teams a chance in overtime. You can't just give whoever scores first the W. That doesn't make any sense. And it kind of robs the other team. Tesla pump it up a little bit. Look at Tesla rip. Tesla just broke highs of pre-market right now up to 211.30s. AMC up to 760s. We bought a little dip on the SPY. Maybe we should have bought a little bit more, but that's okay. Yeah, but I think after that, I don't think they're gonna take that away. I think they're gonna understand that some of these games get excessively long. If SPY gonna have a dead cat bounce if it goes to 4-1 or higher, then goes back down to 395 to 397. I don't know. I think we might have already gotten the dead cat bounce, to be honest. Like if you look at the SPY, we already got a big dip and then a big bounce here. So we already got a big drop like this. You can see it here, where we already dipped big and then we bounced back up to 400. So I think we might have already had the dead cat bounce, but it's arguable for sure. But yeah. All right, looking at our poll numbers here, we got about 230 votes already. 64% think the market does close green. 36% think the market does not close green. So surprising, a larger discrepancy between bull and bear than we typically see here. So interesting. All right, so again, we're in the SPY. We got 25 shares. All right, starting to get a little bit of move up. Again, we're slightly green here, slightly green. All right, guys, so we are still pushing up here. Tesla still is up there as well. AMC up to 760. It's kind of chopping back and forth between the previous closing price. All right, guys. So again, we are bouncing up a little bit, man. Man, I'm reading about Jesse Livermore, who is one of the, who, if you know the book Reminiscence of a Stock Operator by Edwin Lefebvre, describes Livermore. It's basically a book about Livermore's life. When Black Tuesday, October 1929 hit, Livermore made $100 million. But like the rest of his life is pretty rough. Damn, dude. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, market's still pushing up a little bit, but then pulling back some. AMC up to almost 770s right now, almost 770s. Neo looks cheap. Yeah, I don't know. TRKA. I don't know, man. To be honest, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. TRKA is going up, but the daily chart looks like this. And so it's like, even with this thing going up, I think the short float is big and it could squeeze big, but I stopped chasing rainbows a long time ago. I stopped chasing waterfalls, I guess is a better way to put it, a long time ago. Because again, like the reality of it is like, yeah, this one might go up and maybe this one's an outlier. But like, again, penny stocks are genuinely, like most of the people I see trading penny stocks just don't have a large enough account to trade large caps. That most of them are losing net over their career in penny stocks. And so it's like they're trading something that they obviously are losing on. Some of them are fabricating their numbers and pretending to make more money than they actually are. And like in the end, it's just kind of like a niche that I just avoid. Maybe it rips up, but like I'm just skeptical of the whole niche, and I just don't think that while this one has a high short float and I'll pay attention to it, I'm definitely not going to recommend anybody else buy it. Maybe it squeezes up. I know the short float is very high, and that's interesting and good, but like for me personally, it's just not my style of trade. I think it's kind of like I said, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think most penny stocks are kind of like suckers bets. I think they wrap in either the gambling type of traders, the traders who are really gamblers at heart, the traders that have just very small accounts and so need to gamble, to make money. A large majority of people who trade them lose, and they're just really sensationalized to where it's like really hard to find out the actual truth behind a lot of these, and most of them are just terrible companies that'll eventually get delisted and go to zero. Here's a long-term chart of TRKA here, and I know the short float is very large, so I know the short float is big, but again, I just don't trust it. I'm not buying it here. Maybe it rips, and if it does, like, make y'all's money, I'm not mad at that, but again, a 15%, 10%, 15% gap up on a terrible penny stock that's 45 cents a share. That was at $4 at the beginning of the year. Even if it does run, it's still going to be lower than it was. And it's just something that I just don't trust at all. And I'd rather just be honest about how I view these instead. So the AMC guy telling everyone to hold was right this whole time. I mean, I think it depends on how you look at it. I'm in AMC, and so I want AMC to go up. So here's my SPY trade. So hey, look at my SPY trade, a little 25 share position. And so I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up. But like, here's a daily chart of AMC right now. So I hope it goes up. I really do. I hope AMC rips and flies up. I've had some success and some failures on penny stocks trying to day trade. Yeah, day trading's different, man. Do your thing. I'm not mad at that. I really not. I don't want to seem like I'm shaming penny stock traders, because I'm not. I'm just being honest about how I actually view it. Just gonna go ahead and cut this at the top, make our little $10 bill, and see what else we get. But yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm shaming penny stock traders, because I'm really not. Like, I just don't trust them. I've seen it. To understand my position here with penny stocks, it's like, bro, I have seen so many people come to my streams and say, hey guys, this penny stock is gonna go crazy. And then I trade long enough to actually watch what happens with the stocks that everybody calls out, and they almost all go to zero. They almost all go to 50 cents. They start off at $5, $10 a share. They drop to 50 cents, and then they move up 10% or something. So they move up to, they move up 5 cents a share from 50 cents. And then everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's going to go crazy. It's like, bro, these are terrible companies, man. These are just horrible companies. Like, most of the time, they're just down so much on the year. Not AMC necessarily. I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up. Somebody gave me the argument, and maybe it's a reasonable argument, that AMC pre-pandemic was like $30, $40 a share. And so maybe it doesn't make a big parabolic squeeze like everybody wants, but maybe it can hit $30, $40 a share again. And I hope it does. Like I said, I'm holding AMC. I hope it does. But again, I think you also have to look at like a 180-day chart and see that we're pretty flat on the last 6 months. I think flat is better than it could be, But my son is home from school. My son's allergies are so bad. What's up, buddy? What? Here, buddy, you can't get it. You can't do it right now, man. You're gonna have to wait, buddy. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't be successful day trading penny stocks. Well, it wasn't last year, Martin. It was the year before last. It's been a few years since I've really traded penny stocks. I think I want you guys to understand, like, I covered penny stocks some, but I think you guys remember, like, most of the time I would still trade the SPY. Like, I'd cover penny stock moves, but I would very rarely trade them, to be honest. I would most of the time just trade the SPY. Because I think the SPY and the E-mini are just the most consistent things to trade relative to penny stocks. Yeah, and I'm not knocking. I'm in AMC right now. Basically, what happened with AMC is I sold it at like 65 when it did the big pump up to 60s. Or where, I can't remember where I sold it. It was somewhere up there. It was like 60 something. And then I bought back in when it dipped around the 7s or 8s, I think. So yeah, I sold it like right here, if I remember correctly. SPY's still pumping up, which is good. And yeah, I'm not knocking, like I said, I'm not knocking the penny stocks here, guys. I'm really not. Like, again, I understand that, like, everybody has their own niche, and like, I'm not ragging on anybody's niche. I understand wanting to trade how you want to trade. I just think that new traders that are naive get wrapped up in like chasing penny stocks, and a lot of them turn into bag holders. Like, a lot of them will try to day trade them, and because a lot of people are like, "Hey, I'm just day trading them," and that's fine. But like, be honest. How many times have people day traded penny stocks and then just turn into long-term bag holders? Happens all the time. Like, that's what happens. The problem with long-term bag holding penny stocks is that they're almost always going to fail. And so it's just giving away money. It's essentially what it is. Yeah, I remember TCAT during the NFT squeeze. And again, I don't know if this move on TRKA is significant enough to get hyped up about. Like, again, if we look at the yearly chart, it's all relative to the range here. This thing was at $1.40 at the start of the year. It's at 40 cents. So I don't think a move up to 40 cents from 35 cents is justified for 40 cents. So I don't think a 5-cent move on TRKA is justifiable to get all hyped up about. Yesterday, it was mostly sideways, gapped up a little bit. But again, I just don't trust it. That's my bias. Yeah, I remember those HOFV, DLPN, TKAT. Man, that was when crypto and everything was running up big. It was a fun time. Yeah, my son just gets so bad allergies. We had to actually go pick my son up from school yesterday because my son's eye was just swollen. Like, his eyes get so stuffy from allergies, man. Like, again, it's weird because, well, I guess it's not weird. Carol's allergic to everything, right? So Carol is literally allergic to everything. I am allergic to nothing. I am not allergic. I don't have any allergies that I know of. None. Not allergic to anything. I could literally rub my face and in pollen and like still be fine, not have any reaction whatsoever. It's because when I grew up, I kind of grew up in the country, so to speak, like in Louisiana. And so I was exposed to outside a lot. I think a lot of asthma and problems is like just a lack of exposure. Not all of them. Some of it is obviously genetic, and I think that's what Jax is. It's genetic from Carol. But yeah, man, his eyes get so swollen to the point where like his teachers were worried yesterday, and we had to come pick him up from school early. Yeah, I mean that's the problem, Brent. It's like I think like I side with the AMC community, and like I want AMC to go up, but I think telling people never to sell is a ridiculous thing. I think like again the problem with GameStop, when GameStop squeezed up to 500 plus, I was telling people, hey, if it was me, I would sell and take some off here, and I got massively hated on for saying that about GameStop when the crazy parabolic squeeze happened. In hindsight, it was the right move. GameStop never broke those levels again. It was the highest GameStop has ever been to this day, and yet people at the time were so emotional about it that just somebody saying, hey, I might take a little bit of profit here made them lose their minds. It truly shows an insecurity of a position. It's one of those things that like people need to understand. Squeezes do not last forever. They just don't last forever, man. They're not going to keep going up forever. It's not how they work. And so it's really important for people to understand like squeezes do not last forever. And if you continue to hold something without taking profit, generally the mentality that I have is if I'm up big in anything, I take profit, at least a little bit of it. I don't have to take the full profit. I don't even have to take half of it off. But if I'm up big, I'm going to take some of it off and lock in some profit. It's going to make a less emotional trade for me. It's going to make it a less emotional trade where I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's an important part of trading. Keeping it one and done and never selling is a silly thing that new traders mostly get talked into doing. A lot of people in crypto were up huge millions and millions of dollars, and then they never sold either at the top. And so it's one of those things. I don't care what it is. If I'm up big percentages in anything, I'm generally locking in some profit. That way, if it dips back down, it's not the end of the world. I've still locked in some profit. And if it keeps going up, I'll still have some profit and take advantage of it. All right, guys. Tesla still pumping up. SPY still moving up too. Again, we're nicely green in Ford. Ford bouncing up. Google, we're basically flat on right now. So Google, we are completely flat on right now. And so hopefully that continues as well. Yeah, please don't promote other stuff here. And it's not really what we want to do, man. Yeah, so let me check back up on the chat. Yeah, you got to take profit sometimes. I was up huge in Tesla. I should have taken profit last year. Of course I didn't. I took a very small profit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It depends on what your plan is. Yeah, I mean, it's just true, man, Aaron. Like, it's scientifically proven that, like, a lot of asthma is due to a lack of exposure to the environment. I'll put it this way, right? Here's the best way I can explain it. My house was a zoo growing up. Like, we had so many animals, bro. We had dogs. I had snakes. My dad's a falconer, so my dad would like hunt with falcons and train falcons growing up. And that's what I hunted with as a kid, was falcons in Louisiana. Uh, and so we had like quail that we raised and like all these different animals in my house growing up. And it was not like a huge home. But it was on a couple acres. It was kind of like, kind of like a really old home, but we had some land. My sister was allergic to cats when she was young. So my sister was allergic to cats when she was a kid. And we had 2 cats at home, right? And so she would get allergies, she would sneeze, she would have to use an inhaler. But my dad was just kind of like, no, we're not going to get rid of the cats. Like, you're just going to have to learn to deal with it and get used to it. Within a year, my sister had no allergies to cats. My sister's allergy towards cats completely went away, completely disappeared over a year period. And I'm not saying everybody's like this. I'm not saying it's like this for everybody. But eventually, she had no more allergies. She still doesn't have allergies to this day. She's got a bunch of animals now. And it's because she got exposed to cats. She got used to it, And I think that's where a lot of allergies come from. It's just a lack of exposure, And I think people worry so much about their kids that they don't expose them to that stuff, And I get it. As a parent, it's hard with Jack. Jack is so reactive. But again, at the same time, though, some of it is genetic for sure. That has nothing to do with exposure. Like, Jack goes outside and plays all the time, right? But the only time that he has really big problems is springtime. Springtime hits, and his eyes are swollen, unfortunately. To where, we got to give him Benadryl. We had to give him Benadryl yesterday. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not saying it works for everybody. Again, I'm not. Yeah, mow grass as a kid, 100%. I cut a lot of grass as a kid, man. I posted it to the Discord, Maximus. Yeah, for sure, Chris. Tesla rip it up, guys. SPY rip it up as well. 399.27s here, 399.20s. Tesla at 212s. Still pump it up. Yeah, I mean, Louisiana air is a little bit rougher too, though, just from like the plants. We got a lot of oil plants and stuff, but I miss Louisiana, man. It's been a little bit since I've been there. All right, Tesla still pumping up to 212s here. All right, there's AMC still at 765s over the VWAP. SPY is chopping back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, I never had venomous snakes. That's a different level, Captain Chuck. That's a different level, bro. I had corn snakes and garter snakes, man. I love snakes. I was obsessed. When I was young, I was obsessed with sharks and snakes. Love snakes. Love sharks. Had a bunch of snakes growing up. I got Maddie a snake too. Corn snake a couple years back. But yeah, I love snakes, Don't have one anymore, but we had them a lot growing up. Tesla over 212s. Yeah, so we're almost at 213s. All right, guys. So yeah, I'll have to post this picture. I'll post a picture on Twitter right now. If you want to see the picture of me holding or me with a hawk as a kid, I'll post this picture. Let me find it. I'll post it to a Discord first, and then I'll post it to Twitter. But yeah, give me a follow on Twitter at Beginner Trades. I'll post it to Pawn first. There we go. And then yeah, I'm gonna post it to Twitter. If you want to see it, like I said, I got a picture of hunting when I was a kid. Tag it right, man. Look at Tesla rip here. SPY breaking highs as well. Hey, you love to see it. We are now green in Google. So Google, we waited long enough. We are now effectively green on the day, and I'm gonna let it keep ripping up here too. I want to see 400 hit. It's 7:30 right now. 7:30. Yeah, we're posting that picture now. Yeah, we are finally pulling back a little bit. I might take a little piece off of Google here. Let me see. We'll wait. We'll let Google go a little bit longer, I think. Here's a plug. Let me see. All right, guys. So SPY pulling back down. It's at 399.10s here. Tesla at 212s. SPY is now dipping down a little bit. Again, I'm in Google. We're green on Google. Our Ford trade is now green as well. But yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want to see that picture. Again, if you want to see the hawk hunting picture, follow me on Twitter. It's at Beginner Trades. At Beginner Trades. I'll put it up in chat. There you go. Yeah, so again, part of me is like, I don't know what to do with this latest trade. I want to let Google keep bouncing up, though, you know. Still holding Ford. Yeah, I'm still in Ford as well. I mean, we're now finally green on Ford. We took a little bit of off Ford as it popped up to 1240s yesterday at the opening bell. So Ford popped up to 1240s. We ended up scaling out of half of the position. We had 250 shares. We ended up taking 125 off. We got 125 left. So we ended up taking half of it yesterday. Still holding a piece though. right, Tesla at 212. So Tesla finally dipping down a little bit. Part of me is like, I don't know what I want to do. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to go to take. There we go. We just took 75 shares off of our Google position. 75 shares. We're going to hold the rest. Just to lock in profit, make it an easier trade. We're green in it now. We were making money from it. I got to let it push up a little bit more, though. So, again, we took that profit so we can be much looser on the rest of it. So I just took that off. And now I'm just going to let the rest really work here. Yeah, I think options can be risky, man. You know, options are good if you know how to do them. Yeah, there's a Discord link. Options are good if you know how to do them. Sometimes simplicity is best in the beginning, though. You know, does your child like that you're home all day? I'm not home all day. As most of the time, I'm busy doing stuff. Like yesterday, my daughter had a softball game. My kids are at school most of the time anyway. You know, and so. I just got to remember my true average here of Tesla is 90/50s. So let me make this yellow so I can remember yellow is my true average here. So I can know what's actually making me money and what's not. There we go. Anything over that is green. All right, we'll sit patiently on that. Ford, pop it up again today. I got to remember what my true average on Ford was, which was 1227. So I got to remember that too. Tesla's still looking very strong. AMC, pop it up a little bit. What else do we have going on today? Hey man, that's what is that? I see this thing. What is that? A rattlesnake? I see wow. All right, under 399s now on the SPY. Tesla over 212s here, still pumping up. AMC still moving up as well. Tesla's extremely overvalued. How do you keep that bird from flying away? So basically what you do with it is, let me see, you condition it like a dog, essentially. So basically the way you train a hawk is, and you have to be licensed to do this, so you can't do it. So like you have to be a licensed falconer to do this. All right. So to train a hawk, what you do is you keep it on a perch, and you condition it through whistling mostly. And so you put a piece of chicken on your glove and you whistle. You go, and the bird will fly to your glove eventually. You know, you get a leather glove, you hold it, and you whistle, and you put a piece of chicken on the glove, and then the bird will fly to your glove and land on your glove eventually from whistling. Over time, if you do it over and over and over and over and over again, eventually the bird will correlate whistling with food. And so you can whistle and the bird will say, hey, there's chicken on that glove, let me fly to it. Eventually you can take the chicken outside the equation and the bird will still fly to your glove, you know? And so you just got to train the bird really, really well and condition it through repetition, just like, you know, anything else. And eventually the bird will learn to, whistling means fly to the glove, and eventually the bird will trust you. Like eventually you can throw the bird up in the trees and you can walk and then just whistle and the bird will fly right back to your glove. That's essentially how you do it. But it takes a while and you got to learn to do it over and over again. Yeah, that's cool, Aaron. There are a lot of option trades that don't care about most of the details. They look at a few stats. Yeah, you got to learn the Greeks. I think in options. Learning the Greeks is necessary. Yeah, I got out of UNG the other day. Yep, Diamondback. Nice, man. Hey, what's up, Sam? Oh, nice. Ow, man, that's cool. Pretty, man. Look at those eyes, man. Orange. That's cool. All right. But yeah, the point is, we raised that stuff growing up, so I'm not allergic to anything that I know of, and so I do think asthma, to a certain extent, is the lack of exposure. But I think I also, just top 3 genetics in the world right now. Joking, obviously. Yeah. SPY at 398.80. So getting a little dip down in the SPY here. We're still green. Again, we're still green on Google. We did take 75 shares off of it, but we are still green. Ford, we're still green on that one as well. AMC, we're almost green on that one too. We'll see if we continue up. But AMC's still bouncing back. I hope it does. Hey, what's up, Ricky? Yeah, just be careful selling options. Selling options can get you in trouble. It's one of those things where the best way I can explain it, and I'm not saying it's exactly like the martingale roulette strategy. Like the martingale roulette strategy, you double your bet size each time. And then eventually, you should win. You have to lose like 6 times in a row. And to the basic person, they might think, hey, well, you're never going to lose 6 times in a row. So basically, you bet $2. If you lose, you bet $4. If you lose, you bet $8. If you lose, you bet $16, so forth and so on, right? And so in order to actually lose, you'd have to lose like 6-7 times in a row. And to the normal person, they might say, oh, well, that's never going to happen. Wrong. That will happen way more than you think it will. And you'll make money most of the time. But when you lose, you can potentially lose everything you have. Same thing with selling options to a certain extent. I'm not saying that this is for everybody, but for the inexperienced trader, a large majority of options expire worthless. And so, like, if you just kind of jump in and start selling options, you're going to make money most of the time. The problem is, like, say you sell a put option and that stock just starts going up an infinite amount. You're going to lose everything you have. That's the problem with options. That's the risk of selling options specifically, is because you have an infinite amount of risk. And so selling options is good. You just got to make sure you know what you're doing. Okay. It's not something that new traders should be doing at all. And I know there's a lot of restrictions behind it because of that exact reason, which is that, again, it can just get you in trouble. That's the big important thing to understand, is that it will get you in trouble if you don't do it right. I'm not saying your risk is unlimited in everything. I'm saying if you sell a put option, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. If you sell a call option, your risk is unlimited, not a put option. Sorry, I got it backwards. Yeah, sorry, JB, man. Honestly, bro, you've had a bunch of other accounts here talking, and because to be honest, they're obvious, man. No offense. Again, look, JB, it's all good, man, but it's just not something that I like I said, it's too much of a liability, man, to have you here, bro. It's just too much of a liability. Again, like I said, what I suggest you do is find somebody else to watch, man. Again, JB, I don't want to be mean about this, man. It's just too much of a liability. It really is. It's too much drama, too much of a liability. Again, just don't be too obsessive with it, man. Just again, it's all love here. I genuinely wish you the best, but it's just not something that I'm going to, again, for my own peace of mind. It's been very peaceful in my community once we banned some of these kind of toxic people that were here, just kind of starting drama and being really pressuring and telling people to buy things and telling people that they were making 10K a week or 10K a day doing this, and then pressuring people to buy sketchy penny stocks. It's just too liability ridden for me on this channel. And again, genuinely will ask of you, JB, because I know you're still listening, is that please don't be obsessed with this channel, man. Find something else to do, brother. Find something else to do, man. Again, I wish you the best. I hope you're good, but it's just not something I can allow on the channel, man. It's just not. Again, it's been very peaceful since we banned a lot of the toxic people. And again, I'm going to keep it like that. It's just not worth it, to be honest. But again, I wish you the best, man. I hope you're doing good. Anyways. Yeah, sorry. No, that's not what I meant to. I got it backwards. Selling a call option, you have an infinite amount of risk because a stock can go up an infinite amount, is what it is. Shorting a stock has an infinite amount of risk too. 100%. 100%. I'm not saying that it is. The problem, though, the difference between shorting a stock and selling options is this. All right, is that when you sell a call option, you can't get out of that. You can't get out of that option. You are stuck. That stock keeps going up within your time frame. You can't get out. You are stuck holding that thing. And so again, in that way, you have an infinite amount of risk selling call options. Like, sure, you can short a stock and have an infinite amount of risk, but you can exit that short position anytime you need to, right? That's not the case with selling call options. It's the opposite. In selling a call option, you are locked into that and you cannot get out. That's the risk. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Everybody has their niche, just not my style. Not something I'm okay with risking, I do. That was the best way I've ever seen someone handle a toxic person in chat. Mad props to you, John. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I try to be nice, Yeah, good day, sir. It's like people get weird, bro. Like this is why people get weird in chat, man. And again, I gotta learn to just ignore him. So maybe I just won't even say anything. But it's like I asked the guy not to promote other people. Like a guy came here and he purely just promoted some other people. He said, "Hey guys, after this, you should go watch this person." And so I put him in timeout and said, "Hey, please don't promote other people." And then of course the next message you get from him is like insulting and saying you're not a real trader. It's like, bro, y'all get out of here, man. I'm actually green on the year. None of this matters, bro. Y'all can say whatever y'all want. Like, don't get your pride so hurt for being put in timeout for 5 minutes that you start just kind of randomly throwing shots at me. Again, it's all good, man. But come on now, guys. I'm the PSNY. I'm vaguely. Is that Polestar? Let me see. Is that Polestar? What is PSNY? I've seen it before. I can't remember what it is, though. Clove. I don't trust Clove at all. Yeah, Tasty Trade was created by Mark Sosnoff, who was actually the founder of Thinkorswim. So Thinkorswim was actually created by a guy now. I think his name is Mark Sosnoff or something like that, right? He ended up selling. So he created Thinkorswim, the platform you currently see right now. He ended up selling it to TD Ameritrade for like $400 million or something crazy like that, bro. And then after that, he founded Tasty Trade. And so, Tasty Trade is super legit. Yeah, I don't trust. Yeah, I don't trust. Yeah, he's an old school pit trader. He's an old school pit trader. You did run them off in a gentleman fashion. Good for you. Hey, thank you, Sam. I appreciate it, man. We try, bro. Like I said, if we talk about it too much, people are like, "Oh, you're talking about haters too much." If we don't talk about it at all, they'll say I'm dodging questions or wwhatever it is. YouTube's a hard thing, man. It really is. People hide behind screen names and act toxic, and like it's just like I said, most of the time they're just dealing with stuff themselves, and so it's kind of like therapy for them. Just kind of let it out, guys. Let it out, man. SPY at 399s right now. So again, it's possible that we hit 400. Yeah, all good, Pawn. It's all good, man. Yeah, Tom Sosnoff. I think that's his name. Again, $400 million is what he sold TD Ameritrade to, or what he sold Thinkorswim to TD Ameritrade for. Yeah, Tom Sosnoff is his name. You know him because he's got the what is this hat called? You always know him because he's got the. He's always got the, what is this called? What is his hat called? Anybody know? Somebody help me out. I like Tom. There's a good old school documentary. I think it's called The Pit is what I think it's called. So Tom is an old school pit trader where if you guys don't know, and most of you should know this, but what happened back in the day before the internet and before technology evolved at where it is now, what happened back in the day is traders used to all get in one big room. If you've ever seen Ferris Bueller, what Ferris Bueller's dad does is his dad's a trader or maybe a market maker or something. But basically they all get in a room and they basically haggle with each other over contracts. So they trade, but they trade person to person, by giving out signals and all this stuff. It looks fun, man. I think you can still do it nowadays, but I don't think it's worth it to do. Like you could still haggle like that in trading, I think. Maybe in Chicago or in New York, but it's going to be a lot less crowded than it was back in the day. I'll say that. A beret. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I saw that, Bo. I saw that, Bo. SEC getting weird, bro. They say if you use a rocket emoji, you're going to get charged. Yeah, Ferris Bueller, great movie. I'm sure you run across many personality types. Oh yeah, man, we get a lot of them, man. I get the really obsessed people who, if I don't pay attention to them enough, they just turn toxic in order to get attention. You run into, the people who, are just insecure, and just kind of feel bad about their life, so they want to make you feel bad about yours. And like all this crazy stuff, man, is really what it is. You run into all these different types. Then you run into the people who are just genuinely supportive, and that's a large majority of the people here. So I appreciate you guys for sure. But it's a like I said, the best way I could describe YouTube is sitting in front of a crowd and having somebody throw peanuts at you every now and then, and trying not to throw peanuts back at them, Hey, what's up, Tony? Yeah, the beret. Everybody knows Tom from the beret he wears. Honestly, you might not realize that dude is very, very wealthy. Very, very wealthy man. Tom Sosnoff, very, very wealthy man. Yeah, definitely top 3 peanut throwers in the world right now for sure. Definitely top 3. All right, guys, we got about 30 minutes. We got a lot of stuff dropping this morning today. None of it's big, except for maybe CB consumer confidence at 10. We have Canadian GDP data dropping, but we got wholesale inventories and retail inventories dropping in about 37 minutes or so. 37 minutes. Yeah, he created TOS, sold it to TD Ameritrade. TLT? I don't know what TLT is. TLT looks like it's a ETF. With the base 20-year plus treasury yield. Yeah, I mean, this is probably, I don't know. I mean, This looks okay. I think you're going to get better returns in something like the S&P 500 or something like that, though. I mean, this looks all right, but you know, you can kind of see it's made some gains since over the last 20 years. But the S&P 500, for instance, is much more consistent. But I mean, maybe there's less risk in something like TLT, I'm assuming. But you know, it's not really. Again, I'm not judging. It looks okay, but it's just not my style of stuff. I would rather put it in a broad market ETF like the S&P 500 or something like that. S&P 500 is, let's see, in the same period of time, the S&P 500 has gone from about 800. The S&P 500 is 5x'd, has gone up 500% over the last 20 years, relative to TLT, which has gone up. Let me see, it's gone up from $90 to $100 basically. So it's gone up, you know, a little bit over 10% in the last 20 years. So, you know, maybe it's safer. It's certainly possible it's safer, but you know, again, for me, it's just not my style of trading. $600 million, man. Bonds ETF. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's not really my style of trades. Yeah, Tom Sosnoff does look like a comedian. He really does. Hey, thank you, Sam. I appreciate the support, man, for sure. Money Mitch. Yeah, man. Mitch used to work for beginner trading, man. That's what he showed. So Mitch, when I went on the show for Benzinga Friday, I went on the Benzinga show. Mitch showed me, we had a guy named Eric who, when Mitch worked for beginner trading, he made us these wood tokens that had our names on them and stuff. This was like 5 years ago. And so, you know, Mitch showed that on the show. So yeah, Mitch and I have been friends for a long time. I went to his wedding last year. So he got married last year. I went to it. But yeah, I'll try to get him on the show. I could probably get him on. Yeah, I saw over 8 yesterday. UPRO, what is that? I don't know what UPRO is. So again, there's a reasonable chance that the SPY hits 400 today. Trading places. Yeah, well, there's a few really nice documentaries about pit trading back from the one of my first advice is please don't try to promote it here. Hybrid trading. You know, we get a lot of people who are just nice to the channel and then try to get free promotion. That's not something we allow. Too many people try to take advantage of the kindness I have here. That's the first thing. Second thing is like trading is saturated, you know. But good luck. Is Google? No, man. Google's doing well. I took profit on Google this morning. Helper. So Google, we took profit, about 20 minutes ago on Google. Still holding some for sure. But when Google popped up to 90.65 or so, we did take some profit at the very top right there, and we're holding on to the rest. But yeah, Google's doing all right. Our average in Google right now is $90 a share. So I mean, like if you want to see it, just to put this into perspective, here's our average on Google is 90.06. Google right now is 90.4. So one of the benefits of having a large account is that I can average in when I need to. Yeah, I mean, Kool-Aid says beginner trader. That must be your top 3 list. Beginner trader, Gordon Gekko, Warren Buffett. Pee Wee Herman should be in there, I think. Pee Wee Herman, greatest trader of all time. Jon Snow. John Dutton, maybe, I have $92 Google options for this Friday. Call or put. Again, y'all hit that subscribe button, guys, if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. I appreciate you guys. Again, SPY consolidating here. Tesla ripped up. Google up there on the right. Here's AMC. AMC ripping up again, guys. Look at it. It's almost up to $8. Again, I'm in AMC. This is good for me. I'll take it. Again, so far on the day here, you got to see the trades. Let's see if it moves the market up. SPY moving up over the last 5 minutes or so. AMC at $8 here. $8. Mandalorian was good. I liked it. I haven't seen. I stopped after the first season though of the Mandalorian. It was good, but again, my daughter used to watch it with me when she was younger. Now she's a teenager, and so she just doesn't care about Star Wars anymore. Yeah, all good, Aaron. All good, man. Yeah, all good, hybrid. Yeah, like I said, my best advice is just make content people want to see. Like a lot of people, I see a lot of people, and maybe I'm biased because I run into them more, but like a lot of people will try to get free promotion by going to like channel to channel in the comment section, and they'll be nice, and then they'll try to subtly promote their own channel. They'll be like, hey guys, I got my channel over here, and they'll find some way to include that they're streaming or that they're posting content as well. And again, unfortunately, that's just not the way to grow. Like that's just going to burn bridges in trading community, right? Like anytime I see somebody here trying to promote themselves, I usually just ban them and move on. And so if you're going to try to create your a trading channel yourself, just make content people want to see. Like don't go to other people's comments, spam in your own channel. It's just going to make people ban you. It's going to make people, definitely don't send bots because, it's just going to make people correlate bots with scams. And so just make content people want to see. Sometimes people overestimate the amount of attention that they'll get from their content because they're too targeted. Like if you make a video about something too targeted, it's a balancing act, I guess. It can't be so broad that or vague that it can't be too vague as well or too broad. But it also can't be too targeted. But you just want to make sure whatever you're making it about has enough people that are interested in it. No, I haven't, Mac. All right, guys, we got about 30 minutes until we have the wholesale and retail inventory data coming out. Again, wholesale inventory is expected to come in at 0.1%. Retail inventories doesn't have an expectation, but the last time it came in at 0.4%. We also have Canadian GDP dropping today, which I don't know how much of an influence it's going to be. We have the Case-Shiller this evening, as well as Chicago PMI dropping today as well. So we got the Case-Shiller coming out. Expectations for that are for 5.8%. That might move market some, I'm not sure. Again, we're in Ford, we're in Google right now. Green on both of those. Finally, took it. Like I said, generally with these swing trades, I look for blue chip healthy companies that everybody knows to have big pullbacks, and then I buy those dips. Right? I did it with Google. I did it with Ford. When I buy the dip, it has to be companies that I'm also willing to hold long term as well. Like I'll hold Ford for years if I need to. I'll hold Google for years if I need to. But usually, not always. Usually, I'm taking profit within a couple weeks. And again, Google, this last trade on Google is a perfect example. Like we ended up scaling into it, took profit a little bit this morning already, and I bought it maybe a couple weeks ago. Ford, same thing. Ford, I took profit yesterday at the open when it popped up to 1240s. Held that one for a couple weeks as well, but I'm still in both of these and I'm going to try to let them work some more. But again, usually we're taking profit pretty fast. No, I sold about 20% of it. AMC dipping all the way back down to the VWAP here. Let's see if we bounce at the VWAP. It's a big milestone level with it. You can see it's at 785s right now. No, not you, Aaron. You're good, bro. Like I said, man, and a lot of people have channels. Like you're good though, bro. I never looked at you like that, man. So it's all good. All right, so AMC still dipping down to 790s. And maybe I'm a little bit too strict with the other channels thing, man. Like I said, it's a very weird feeling, to be honest. Because it's like, think about if y'all are me, right? If y'all are me, when you run a channel this big, you're going to have a lot of people that want free promotion. So a lot of people are going to come to my stream and be nice and say, hey, guys, hey, oh, you've got such great content, John. You're an amazing trader, John. And they'll try to kind of get on my good side. And then after a week, they'll kind of sneak it in. Oh, I've got my own channel, guys, if you want to watch it. And so after a certain point, you're kind of programmed to like look at that and look out for that because people do it all the time. It's happened so much, to be honest, that over time, I'm just kind of like, it's one of the rules I have is like, if you're streaming at the same time as me, you can't promote yourself at all. Outside of that though, I usually like, if you've watched my channel regularly for a while and you're not streaming at the same time as me, then I'll usually give you a plug. I don't mind, Anyway, SPY mostly sideways here. It's right around 399. So it's possible we do test 400 today. How does Apple, Tesla, Q make those moves every morning at 8 a.m.? So that's called the 8 a.m. scrum. That's just random orders getting filled. So that's just random orders getting filled. So a lot of the time it's when other traders are actually able to trade. So if you really think about it, these are just random orders getting filled. So it's like at 8 a.m., some orders that were placed the previous day are going to get filled, and that might cause these big down wicks or up wicks on the chart. That's kind of what it is most of the time. Yeah, it's like handing out Target sales flyers standing in Walmart parking lot. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I mean, hybrid, it's one of those things where, like, if you're reaching out to people like me, like, again, my channel's small enough to where we don't really need to hire anybody else. Like, we already got a couple mods that help run the channel. And we're large enough to where the benefit that we're going to get from working with people is going to be, most of the time, like, a lot of the time you hear me talk about drama and people are like, oh, John, you talk about drama too much or whatever. You interact with the haters too much. But like a lot of the old haters are people who wanted to work with me, right? Like a lot of the old ones are people who wanted to be a mod, but for whatever reason, they just weren't cut out for it. And so I had to turn them down, and then they turn into trolls and haters, right? Because you hurt their feelings or whatever it is, right? So because of that, I'm incredibly strict with who I let work with the channel. Like, I'm not just going to hire anybody to be a mod. There's too many expectations for that. And again, my channel's not quite large enough to really justify hiring all these different people and having all these different mods. At one point we had like 6 or 8 mods, and it was just too many. And it's just something where it's like, my channel's like, I mean, we got 100,000 subscribers, but like, to be honest, me and Pawn can mostly run this thing ourselves. Like, we don't really need, anybody else to run it. AMC did bounce at the VWAP. So look, it's right at 785s. Right at 785s. So it bounced right at that volume weighted average price level we talked about. SPY starting to dip, and so again, it looked like me taking a little bit of profit off of Google was the right move. Yeah, that's right. So if AMC misses, yeah, AMC has earnings today. So AMC does drop their earnings this evening. We will be streaming that fully live here like we always do. Yeah, today's gonna be a good day. I'm hoping so. Green day so far with markets here. Green day so far. Again, it looks like it was the right move to take some profit off on Google. Still somewhat green on the rest. Still somewhat green on the rest here. We're at 90.3s, 90.3s. Ford up to 1210s. So what happens if I place so what happens if I place an order pre-market? Does that mean my order gets filled at the open? No. So pre-market order, if it depends on how you place it. So if you look at this like for Tesla, or if we look at whatever you want to look at, if you look at the SPY here, the TIF means time and force. So this is time and force. So this is when I want the order to get filled is TIF. I could select extended hours. So that's going to be pre-market and after hours. And so if I select EXT, it's going to fill me in pre-market. It's going to fill me right now. If I select day, it's only going to fill me intraday. So if I select it today and I hit this, like it's not going to fill me, right? I can put up as many orders as I want right here, and you know, do whatever I want, and it's not going to fill me because it's intraday. So I have to wait until 9:30 to get filled. But if I change this to EXT, it will fill me right now. But I'm not going to do it because I don't want to buy the SPY right here. So it depends on what your time and force is on the trade. Like that's what matters the most is the time and force. Here, Pawn, I got a question to ask you, man. All right, SPY all the way back up to 399. Yeah, I sent you a Discord message, Pawn. I'm waiting for JP Morgan to fall. Yeah. All right, guys, SPY rip it up a little bit. I wonder what's dragging it up here. I'm assuming maybe Apple. You can see the market pop up over 399s again. It's not Apple. What's dragging the market up? Walmart. Target had good earnings today. They basically gave back all the gains they made. Target had good EPS, good rev, good sales, good guidance. Or no, bad guidance is what it is. Bad first quarter guidance, good fiscal year 23 guidance is actually what Target was. But yeah, look at the SPY bounce here. I'm not sure why it's bouncing though. I hope so. I hope we're green the next few weeks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We're right around 400. We're close to it. Target tried to move back up here. Where does the market end today, guys? Let me know what you guys think. Again, we do have inventory data dropping in about 15 minutes, and we will cover this live as well. We'll put this up on screen. Wholesale and core retail inventory drops at 8:30 here. Yeah, I mean, we're not sideways at all today. We're pretty green on the day. Market's up. We're sideways over the last like 20 minutes or so, but we're actually pretty green on the day overall. I mean, here's the previous close price on everything from Tesla to AMC to the market itself. And again, if you look at this here, here's the previous close. So this is the red to green level right here. And we are, decently above that. Tesla is very green on the day. AMC is as well. So, I mean, most of the, we're getting some nice gap ups today. And hopefully it continues into the open. What's the symbol, Ahmed? I can share it. I just don't know what the symbol is. Is it space? No. Oh, yeah. It is space. When did they drop? Do you know? I'm not sure when they come out with theirs. Yeah, are you sure they're today? Or they're this evening? Yeah, this is one of those stocks that I've just been incredibly skeptical of. The reason I'm skeptical of space is because, man, space is a super expensive industry. Like, this stock used to have a lot of hype, a lot of holders. The problem is, like, I get, oh boy's a billionaire, but stocks like this, the space industry is so expensive that you need a very specific company to do it. Like, you need to be funded in other ways outside of just the company, right? So it's like Tesla and SpaceX, they're funded through Elon. And Elon's got a lot of money. And SpaceX, space is just so expensive that I was always skeptical of this. I consider it a mid cap. And again, over the last couple of years, you can kind of see my skepticism was justified. This thing is gone. This thing used to be really big, but it's lost a lot of hype, a lot of value over the last year or so. Because again, I think people understand that like this thing's going to be very far outside of, it's going to be hard to monetize, very far outside of monetization anyway, even if it does monetize eventually. And yeah, with that said, it's at $5 a share. I just don't trust this stock at all. They might have flown yesterday. That's great. Again, I still don't trust it. I know space is different than SpaceX. What I'm saying is, like, if you're a space company, you need to be funded in other ways, like SpaceX is, not necessarily purely funded by publicly listed company like space. Like, I get it. Virgin Galactic is the Virgin Mobile guys space company. I understand what Virgin Galactic is, and I've watched this stock for years and years. Again, I'm skeptical of it. Again, it's too up in the air regarding their success long term, I guess is the easiest way to put it. It's too hard to monetize. It's too risky for me. But it's a high risk, high reward. Listen, if I'm wrong, it could shoot up and it could make you a lot of money. But again, I can't guarantee it will. And I think the risk for me personally isn't justified in buying it, Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Corey. I'm skeptical is the best way to put it. Yeah, AMC earnings today. We're gonna stream it too. And again, I hope you guys understand. I'm not hating on any specific stock, but like the endearing part of the stock market is that people are gonna have different views on stocks, man. That's just part of it. Like some people are gonna like specific stocks, dislike specific stocks. It's part of the beauty of the stock market, So I hope you guys understand. I don't mean to like knock on some of these stocks that y'all are calling out, but it's one of those things where some stocks I just don't trust. Again, mid caps, I'm biased against mid caps as a whole. Like, I don't trust mid caps. I think mid caps are the riskiest investments you could ever make. I think a large majority of them not a large majority. That's an overstatement. But I think a lot of them are overhyped. And people get really hyped up about these mid caps and they act like they're going to be huge and then they just kind of tank down. Again, some examples of this: BYND, terrible company. Gone from daily chart looks horrible, lost people thousands of millions of dollars over the last few years. Peloton, PTON. It's literally an EV bike, or it's literally an electric virtual reality bike company. Like, I did a poll on Twitter and I asked people, would you rather have a virtual reality bicycle or an actual bicycle? And overwhelmingly, they voted for an actual bicycle, and thus lays the problem of Peloton. Now they've got virtual reality rowing machines. Again, I mean, listen, I'm not hating on Peloton here. I just don't understand who actually gives a crap about a virtual reality rowing machine. What are they going to come out with, a virtual reality toothbrush now and sell that? Like, it just doesn't make any sense, aside from the fact that it's thousands and thousands of dollars. I think they're creating products for markets that are very small, and it's going to be very hard for them to succeed. I think they got really big during the pandemic when everybody was at home, but like, now that that's over with, I just don't see them really doing much, over long term. It's kind of like Bowflex, right? Bowflexes are cool and all for very niche, product, but like, I don't know. I just don't trust it. And there's a lot more examples of this. Space is one of them. I just don't trust it. Again, maybe I'm wrong. I know we're going to have some holders of these stocks that are like, man, this dude doesn't know what he's talking about. And maybe not, but I just don't like them personally. For this reason, I stick to blue chips, to be honest. I have VR abs, yeah. I don't know. I think a bike is better than the rowing machine. The rowing machine, I mean, like I said, it seems like they're making products for people who they're making. Again, they might make some sales. I'm not saying they don't, but is that going to be enough to prop their entire business up? And I just don't think so. Again, I think their business model is wrong. I think that if they're going to do this, they need to make the bikes much cheaper and they need to raise the subscription costs. If I was Peloton, that's what I would do. Because I think whenever you're selling a PTON bike for $5K, $4K, I think if people buy the bike, they're going to pay for the subscription. So I think you need to lower the price of the bike and make that more accessible, and then raise the subscription cost every month. If I was running them, that's what I would do. But again, they know more than me, obviously. I'm just kind of speculating on it. But that's what I would do. I would lower the price of the bike. I'd make it more easily purchasable. And then I'd raise the subscription cost, because I think if they're going to buy the bike, they're going to pay the subscription. But again, I don't trust it at all. AMC dipping down under the VWAP here. We're getting a little bit of pullbacks right now over the last couple minutes. Again, the data drops in about 8 minutes for the wholesale inventories and retail inventories. Yeah. Thoughts on AMD? I like AMD. I think the whole chip sector has been very volatile over the last few years, though, with like AMD, MU. I think it's just been really volatile for me. It's kind of right in the neutral level, so it's kind of break even on the year as well. So it's kind of, it's a coin flip, I think, what happens now. I know they had the ETH merge last year that kind of negatively impacted all chips like NVIDIA, MU, and AMD. It's too volatile for me to really want to put money in. Like, if I put money in AMD, I would only put money that I was okay with losing, because I just think it's very volatile. In the last year, it's gone from 105s down to 54s, back up to 80. So just very volatile stock. And again, if long term is probably going to be fine, but short term is where the risk is, I think, there. SPY pulling back to the volume weighted average price is right around 398.60s here. So again, we got some room there too. Visa or MasterCard? I don't really have a preference. Intel has been beaten up hard the last few weeks. Let's see. Is it down enough? I mean, I like buying up these little cheap stocks. The problem is Intel, I mean, it is right around lows. I mean, it has gotten beaten up. The question, though, is like, is this a sign of a fading company? Or is this value? Is the question. And I don't know. Again, generally, I like big pullbacks. But when you look at a long-term chart, and the long-term chart over a 20-year period looks like this, I think that's risky, you know? I think a 20-year chart looking like this is risky, you know? So just be careful if you're in this. Hey, what's up, Claudia? Welcome, welcome. All right, we got about 600 people here. A little bit slower day for the channel, but that's all right. You know, we got some fun stuff happening later with AMC earnings, and we'll have thousands of people here for that for sure. We're gonna put it in sub-only mode, so if you want to continue to chat, you got to hit that subscribe button. Let me know. Do you think Intel's a dip buy here? I don't know. Again, it's up in the air for me. I really don't know. Looking at our poll numbers here, we did polls earlier. We asked people, does the market close green today? 64% said yes, 36% said no. What's up, Chris, my guy? Thank you, man. I appreciate the support, bro. TRKA. Yeah, I mean, TRKA, high short float, a lot of hype. You know, the short float's what, like 50 or 60%. And so, you know, it could squeeze. But I would rather, like, I think what happens with a lot of traders is that a lot of traders pile into these stocks like TRKA. And they wait for a squeeze to happen. And a lot of them fail. You know, a lot of them never squeeze and just kind of end up getting delisted, eventually going to pink sheets and then kind of fading into obscurity in pink sheet land. That's what happens to most of them. And so I think, like, even if this thing does squeeze, I would rather wait for it to have the spark that shows the squeeze is about to happen and then enter it there instead of just sitting on it waiting for the squeeze to happen. I think that's risky. I'd rather not do that. A lot of the time when stocks squeeze big, you know, you get at least a couple hour period where you'll see the squeeze starting to occur. And it's not a 10%, 20% move like TRKA has made. I don't think the spark has happened for this one. If it does squeeze, I think in order for it to squeeze, I want to see it break over like 75 cents a share. If it breaks over 75, maybe I'll look at it. But until then, I'm just not going to hold it. The dollar index as well. Here's the dollar index. The dollar index is still under 105s at 104.60s here. So dollar index just opened. We'll watch that one relative to the market itself. And again, the SPY's pulling back here. The data comes out in about 4 minutes. So we do have some data coming out in about 4 minutes. And then after that, we've got Chicago PMI dropping today as well. So we got some stuff coming out. But I think we got to just be patient. No, I don't really. It's just a way to engage with the channel. EH. He said, what do you do with the polls? Do you log them and look at historical accuracy? No, not really. Most of the time, there's so much emotion in the polls that, you know, I don't know how accurate they're going to be. The point of the polls is not accuracy. It's just gauging sentiment and looking at who's on which side, I guess, or how many people are on which side, I guess I should say. But yeah, it's not to gauge accuracy. It's just a way to engage with the channel, have some fun, you know. Learn people's sentiments and stuff. What market do you mean? Crypto? No, stock market mostly. Futures market as well. All right, guys. Data comes out in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah, with inventories, it's one of those things where, let me look at this. All right, so retail inventory is basically how much businesses have in their, have saved up. Basically, how much inventory is left in their books. And so the reaction that we're going to get in markets, I'm not sure. I think because of inflationary fears, you could argue both sides. You could argue higher inventory means less sales, which is good for inflation, or you could argue lower inventory means more sales, which is good for GDP and economical growth. I think you could argue for both of those. And so I'm not going to make a prediction on which way the market's going to react versus which numbers come out. I'm just going to wait patiently and see it. We got the data dropping in about 50 seconds. 50 seconds, guys. Got about 700 people here. So, hey, y'all hit that subscribe button. We appreciate it. All right, guys, a couple seconds. The expectations, we have the good trades balance for January coming in. So wholesale inventory is expected to show up at 0.1%. Retail inventories last time was 0.4%. So I think they're going to correlate it with last time is most likely what they're going to do here. But here's the report right now. All right, so there's the release. I don't see the data actually out yet. Bear with me. We're going to look at some other sources here. Don't see anything yet. 0.1%. Let me refresh this and see what we show. Market reaction has been negligible. Okay, retail inventories came in at 0.2%. Last time it says it was 0.1%. Wholesale inventories aren't out yet. Canadian GDP dropped at minus 0.1% versus 0.1% expected. Markets mostly reacting negatively to this, and the dollar index hasn't really moved much. But yeah, Canadian GDP dropped at minus 0.1%. Everything else is pretty slow. I mean, we got good trades balance came in at minus 91.5 versus minus 89.67 last time. And again, we'll put all this data up on screen so you can see it. All right, so here's the wholesale inventory data. Logging all this stuff for you right now. Again, minus 0.4. Logging it all right now. Bear with me. We're going to put it all up. Good trades balance data as well. What else we got? Retail inventories and Canadian GDP data all dropped today. There you go. That's the data right there. Market has mostly reacted negatively, and the Dixie has moved up, and the SPY has moved down from the data. Canadian GDP, it's one of those things where they probably want to see less GDP growth, So Canadian GDP came in lower than expected all the way around. Month over month came in at minus 0.1% versus positive 0.1% expectations. And so it's one of those things where because of inflation problems, I think they probably wanted lesser GDP growth than expected. And that's what they got. At least that's what I would assume the reaction was going to be. Retail inventories came in at 0.2%. 0.2%. Good trade balance came in at minus 91.5. So yeah, mostly negative reactions. You can see the dollar index is starting to push up with this as well. So it looks like the market is not liking the data that came out today. Looks like it was the right move for me to sell some of my Google trade at the top too. Yeah, so Canadian GDP came in lower than expected all the way around. Yeah, not really getting any reactions in my swing trade, so that's good. Still got some time. We're going to let the opening bell happen. Next, we have so we do have Chicago PMI data dropping at 9 a.m. I believe is when Chicago is. So in 30 minutes, we got Chicago PMI data dropping. Or no, we got the Case-Shiller. I'm sorry, the Case-Shiller HPI Composite Index dropping. Expectations are for 5.8%. So we got the Case-Shiller today. You can see the dollar index is starting to move up on this data release. So usually there's an inverse correlation between the Dixie and the market. All right, so market did not love this data. Dollar index is moving up. All right, guys, so market pulling back a little bit here. The Dixie did reject at the 200 EMA, so you can see the dollar index did reject there. Still green on most stuff. Ford still green, Google still green. SPY dipping down though. Tesla falling back down to under 211s at 210.60s right now. So again, here's a support level at 398s or so, a little bit over 398s. We'll see if that holds. All right, so we're right at that level here. We'll see if we bounce. Again, we're watching the dollar index pretty closely. We went up to the highs and now we're rejecting there as well. Yeah, sorry, is it rejecting somebody's stuff? Market's going to keep pumping until the next FOMC. I hope so. Sir, does this affect Bitcoin? Some. Bitcoin's going to move with the market mostly. And so SPY goes up, Bitcoin goes up mostly. This is how it goes. Yeah, what's up, Kelvin? Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, we broke 100K last week. So you love to see it. We'll see if we continue. Did I buy the SPY? I hope I didn't. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't buy the SPY. I thought about it, but luckily I didn't. Energy looking strong this morning. Yeah, what's the... we can look at like Exxon Mobil, see what they're doing. Exxon's looking good. Yeah, gas. What else we got? All right, yeah, so we have about 45 minutes or so until the opening bell. We do have some data dropping. We got the Case-Shiller dropping in about 23 minutes. And then after that, we got Chicago PMI data dropping too. So that's kind of how it goes. So yeah, we got the Case-Shiller house price index. Market pulling back a little bit now. You think Amazon is going to keep dropping? Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, we hit 100K last week, or maybe it was the week before. We hit it on the 14th, so yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. We still got about 700 people here, so hey, y'all hit that subscribe button, guys, if you haven't already. Amazon, I don't know, the problem with Amazon is that the PE ratio is still pretty high. So the PE ratio of Amazon is still very high. It's getting better, though. Let me see what the PE is. Amazon PE, they don't even have one, so that means they had a losing quarter. See, Amazon did their split, but Amazon has mostly been dropping on a long-term downtrend since 2021. So part of me thinks, I don't know, the market's kind of giving it back some. The more it dips, the more I like it for a buy, but I think I'm gonna wait. Dollar index is pulled back. What's weird right now is there's a positive correlation between the dollar index and the market itself. The dollar index is dropping and the market is dropping with it, which is usually the opposite of how it is. Usually there's an inverse correlation here. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We do have the Case-Shiller data dropping in about 16 minutes. Yeah, Zoom had earnings today, right? I think they did. Yeah, it looks like they did. Looks like they came in pretty positive for earnings. Yeah, so Zoom, maybe it's this evening. When were Zoom earnings? Were they yesterday? It might have been. But Zoom gave it up big from whatever they are. Also, guys, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. One of the ways you can trade the S&P 500 right now, and this big economic data that we generally trade, is through funded account programs. And again, funded account programs, what they do is they give you a demo. So they give you a paper account, and they give you profit targets, and they test you, and they test your profitability. And if you pass their testing, so if you hit their profit targets while following their rules, then they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split is what Top Step does. And this is very useful because most day traders are going to lose money in the beginning. The futures market has no PDT rule. So you can day trade. Here's the E-mini. You can kind of see it's the exact same thing as the SPY. Let me fix this a little bit. I messed up the chart. But you can kind of see this is the exact same thing. Big pullback bounce, big pullback bounce. It's the same price action. This is the S&P 500 here. But you can trade the S&P 500 in futures without restriction. To do it yourself, you need like $15K. And when you trade $15,000 or more, you can lose thousands of dollars in futures. And so I wish I had something like this in the beginning because it would have saved me so much money. I lost thousands of dollars as a trader when I first got started. And again, you get exposure to stocks without the PDT rule in futures. But with these funded account programs, you risk much less. And it still gives you some pressure. So it gives you some pressure to succeed. Like you have some pressure on you. And so it's a good middle ground. But if you lose, the base one's $140 a month, so it's very cheap. And if you lose, it's not the end of the world. And then you can reset it for $100. And it's just a beautiful way to test your skill without taking on a lot of risk. And if you tried the same thing out with real money, you could lose thousands of dollars. And so it's a great middle ground to test your skill to see if you're ready to scale up in size. They are a sponsor of mine. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. Because they pay me money. And I'm always transparent and honest about that because it's true. They pay me money. But genuinely wish I had something like this when I first got started trading. I think it would have saved me tons of money, to be honest. Yeah, and to be fair, I think most people are going to lose these funded account programs. I think a large majority of traders are going to lose because most traders lose money. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a lot cheaper to lose on Top Step than it is to lose with real money. I'll put it that way. And you're going to have some people who say, oh, it's a scam or whatever. It's not a scam at all. Like, again, most people are going to lose this because most day traders lose money. Yeah, and you usually get, you can get 20% off if you use my link. So the Case-Shiller, somebody says, what's the difference between the Case-Shiller and the regular house price index? The Case-Shiller is more watched. The home price index, expectations are for minus 2%. The S&P 500 Case-Shiller measures the change in the selling price of single-family homes in 20 metro areas across the U.S. The basic one is looking at mortgages backed by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So they're a little bit different, but the big thing is that the Case-Shiller is more watched. The expectation for December, and you want to look at the 20 NSA year over year for December at 5.8% is what they're expecting. Yeah, for sure. Day traders lose money, man. And again, you get people who try out these funded account programs and then they lose and then they say, oh, it's a scam. It's like, in what way? Like, because you lost money? Like, bro, most day traders are going to lose money. Again, I've been doing this for years and years and years. And my Thinkorswim account's got, 100,000+ in buying power. So it's like, I don't need to get funded on Top Step. And so it's a little bit different for me, but it's like, if you don't have that much money and you want to test your skill, that's the cheapest way to do it. You lose Top Step, you're down $100, $140 a month. So you lose that. It's a lot cheaper to lose that than put up 15, 20K yourself and risk that, because most traders lose money. And again, some like, you get introspective traders and then you get people who aren't introspective. You get traders who lose Top Step and then they say it's a scam because they lost, and again, Top Step tells you exactly what the rules are and then follows the rules that they give you, and so again, it's just a cheaper way to test yourself. You got to have reasonable expectations for it and understand, like, most traders are going to lose money. Most day traders on Top Step are going to lose money testing themselves. But that's the point, is that it's cheaper to lose money with Top Step's funded program than it is to put up 15K yourself and risk that. And so that it's a true test of your skill, and it's useful in that regard. I lost like 4K in the first 2 weeks of my trading, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but to put it in perspective, Top Step pays out millions of dollars every year in actual withdrawals, not just funding, but they pay out millions of dollars in actual withdrawals every year on their funded account programs. They fund thousands of traders a year. They pay out millions of dollars. So again, people could say they're a scam, but again, most of the time it's just because they lost on theirs. And again, some traders are introspective and say, hey, I need to do better. Others blame everybody else. They blame me, they blame their broker, they blame whomever, right? But again, regardless, most traders are going to lose. And that's something that you should have reasonable expectations for, in all honesty, because again, day trading is incredibly difficult. A large majority of people are going to lose money at it. All right, market's getting a little bounce back here. Google back up to 90.24s. SPY back up to 398.40s here. So we bounced right at that previous closing price. It kind of shows you like that previous closing price is what you want to watch. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I mean, listen, it's difficult to get funded 100%. I'm not doubting that it's difficult to get funded. But whenever somebody's funding you with real money, they're going to make it difficult. Like they're not going to, if it was easy to get funded, they would be taking on loads of risk. The point is that it's hard to get funded because again, they're actually funding you. Again, they pay out millions of dollars. They fund thousands a year. So it's like, they're going to make it hard, and that's a reasonable expectation of them. If it was easy, then it's not really going to build you into a better trader and anybody would get funded and risk their money. And so it's just kind of, you got to have reasonable expectations, I think, for it. But again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor, Oh, I lost my account a few times, Roble. What do you say to someone that's trying to climb back up? We got 9 minutes until in 9 minutes we have the Case-Shiller data, and then Chicago PMI data drops in about an hour. Okay, listen, this is the way most people lose their accounts. All right, so most people lose their accounts from doing a couple different things, right? The main one goes like this, which is a day trader has a losing day. And then instead of walking away from their losing day, they end up trading again, and then they lose again, and then they trade again, and then they lose again, and so their losses are substantial on the day. Then what happens is that because they're down so much, the trader then adds more size. They start taking larger positions, riskier positions, in order to compensate for the money that they've already lost, right? So it's like you're down 400 on the day, you up your share size trying to win that 400 back, and then you lose again. And some days are just not meant to trade. Some days are just not good to trade. No matter how big of size you take, no matter how many times you push, you're still going to lose on some days of trading. And so if you do this on the wrong day where you increase your size again and then you lose more, before you know it, you've kind of snowballed into huge losses on the day. And at that point in time, a lot of traders will just say, hey, well, I'm down so much already. Let me just go really, really big and risk my whole account for one trade trying to win it back. And then they lose, and then their account's gone. That's generally how it happens where you destroy accounts. The root problem is that you're trading way too large. The biggest thing that you can do to help yourself in trading is to trade small, especially in the beginning. Like, listen, I've got a $30,000 account. I've actually got more than 30K in this account. And I buy what? Like, I try to make what? A couple $100 a day? Sometimes less, most of the time less. $100 to $200 maybe in this account. I'm not trying to make $1,000 a day and try to make, huge percentages every single day. It's not a reasonable expectation. And again, most of the problems lie in gurus trying to sell courses to you. They're trying to sell courses. They kind of have to fugazi their profits so that you'll want to buy their course, right? Again, it traps a lot of traders. Because it's like if you're selling courses for thousands of dollars, most of the time the content's available for free on YouTube already. So most of the time you can find that content already on YouTube. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars.
But because they're telling everybody they're experts, they kind of have to fudge their numbers, so to speak. It's like we had one guy earlier who I eventually just banned, who was like, you're not a good trader. You got to watch some real traders. It's like, bro, these real traders are just selling you courses. And again, you don't know whether they're actually making the profit that they're making. A lot of the time, they're either paper trading or they are cherry picking their winners and only showing you their winners and then just kind of not saying anything about their losses, right? That happens a lot. And so in the end, I don't claim to be good. I don't claim to be an expert. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. And I just want to be a resource and community for traders because I don't want that pressure. Pressure kills profits. You end up faking and doubling down and taking added risk. I just don't like that. I'd rather just tell people, hey, look, I'm not an expert. I'm not even claiming to be a good trader. And we just report free data, which comes out in 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes until the Case-Shiller Composite Home Price Index data comes out. Expectations are for 5.8%. And I don't know what kind of reaction we're going to get. I don't know if higher than expected, if we come in over 5.8% is going to evoke a positive response. I don't know if we come in under 5.8%, if that's going to evoke a positive response because of inflation problems and worries. Again, I really don't know. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is, guys, I would say the reality of it is if you could make 30+% a year, you are elite, super elite in trading. And don't let anybody tell you you're not. Just because you got a bunch of people selling penny stock courses, talking about turning $500 into $1 million or whatever their nonsense is, right? Ignore all that stuff. That's not realistic. If anybody really had a system, I'll put it this way. If anybody really had a system that let them turn $500, not into $1 million, but if they could turn 500 into 50K, easily and consistently, they would be headhunted by Goldman Sachs and they would certainly not be making YouTube videos. Okay? Like if you could make 30% a year, you are elite. All right? That's the thing to understand. Ignore anybody that says anything different. You're going to have people that say, nah, bro, one time I made a trade where I made 200%. And it's like, that's great. But consistently doing that is a completely different story. And in trading, you got to just learn to ignore most of the other nonsense because it really is just nonsense most of the time. S&P 500 gives you 8 to 12% a year. If you can do better than that, you are beating the market, without question. All right, Google started to bounce back up. It's at 90.30s right now. That's nice. Again, SPY back over the volume weighted average price. I think that's a great sign. We do have the data dropping in about 3 minutes. All right, guys, so getting some rebounds here. Market went down right to that previous closing price and then bounced right back up. We're about halfway back on the climb here. The question is, do we retrace back down here to the previous low or right around that previous closing price, or do we continue back up? Yeah, it's one of the reasons I tell people I have, not to copy me. I don't want anybody copying me. I don't want any of that pressure. Pressure kills profit. It really does. The more pressure you have on you to succeed, the worse you're generally going to do. And again, the more you tell people you're some super great expert trader, the harder it is to live up to that. The more likely you are to fake results. And so I would rather just tell people, hey, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Definitely not an expert, and don't copy me. Yeah, 100% Ahmed, 100%, dude. All right, guys. Less than a minute before the data comes out. We're going to get ready here. We're watching for it. It comes out in about a minute. Again, 5.8% is what they're expected for the Case-Shiller data. 5.8% is what we're expecting here. right, so we had durable good orders yesterday. Today, we got the Case-Shiller Chicago PMI data dropping. Canadian GDP came in lower than expected. I think that's good, but we got CB consumer confidence at 10 as well. Data comes out in about 10 seconds. Again, 5.8% is what the Case-Shiller is expecting. Let's see what it shows up as. All right, so came in at 4.6%. 4.6% is what it came in as versus 5.8% expected. Again, 4.6 versus 5.8. Team 4.6 versus 5.8%. Not really much response to the markets, but again, 4.6% versus 5.8% expected here. We'll put this up on screen. The other ones are less relevant, but here's the data right here. 4.6 versus 5.8% expected. Market's not moving at all from this, though. You can look at the dollar index and see if this moves. Also, you can look at like real estate stocks because this is the house price index. The dollar index is falling down, which is good. I think that's nice to see. Dixie falling down, which is good. All right, so we're getting a little bit of upward movement. The biggest response that we're seeing is on the dollar index. Look at the dollar index break down here. SPY moving up some, so it looks like they like that. Again, less than expected at 4.6. Maybe because of inflation-fearing markets, they are we're getting some green action in the market. Dixie head and shoulders on the daily. I don't know. I don't really analyze the Dixie technicals, to be honest. Not saying it doesn't work, but it's just kind of me personally. I just don't really analyze those. The dollar index breaking lows again. All right, so SPY finally getting a little bit of a delayed reaction here. Look at the SPY dip down to 398.20s. Again, the dollar index is still right around the lows of the day here. So the Dixie is falling down today from this. I don't know if it's from this, but the dollar index has been breaking down. Market's starting to drop as well. Yeah, it needs to. The house market was just too expensive, man. It was just too high. And now we do have now the bigger data starts coming out here. So this was all very minor data. The big data is Chicago PMI and consumer confidence at 10 a.m. Consumer confidence, the CB consumer confidence report is the largest report we have today. Expectations for that are 108.5. 108.5. The Conference Board Consumer Confidence measures the level of confidence consumers have in the economy. When consumers are optimistic, they tend to spend more, and vice versa. And so the higher the number, the more likely higher the spending. And so I think we want to see lower than expected consumer confidence data. But again, it's arguable and subjective. So we'll see if we get good or bad numbers here for the consumer confidence report. That drops at 10 a.m. in less than an hour. AMC up to 780s. Yeah, the weather's so nice right now, to be honest. Next week, any data? Yeah, we got some data next week for sure. How big it'll be, I'm not sure though. Let me see. So I thought we had some other stuff this week. Let me check. So tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow is pretty flat. We got manufacturing PMI and so we got the ISM manufacturing PMI for February coming out tomorrow, late morning. Thursday, we got jobless claims and non-farm productivity. So that'll be big. Friday, we got... Friday is slow. We got non-manufacturing data coming out at 10 Friday. So yeah, next week we got some stuff. This week, for the rest of the week after jobless claims is pretty slow. Next week we do have some stuff. I think we got non-farm payroll data next week, if I remember correctly. Let me check. Let me check to be sure, but I'm pretty sure. Let me see. So Monday is very slow next week. Nothing really going on. Tuesday pretty slow next week as well. Next week's a very slow week. Wednesday. So yeah, Wednesday we got the ADP non-farm employment change for February. We got the JOLTS job openings next Wednesday. Thursday we got jobless claims like we always do. And then Friday we have non-farm payroll data and unemployment. So unemployment and non-farm payroll data Friday of next week. That's relatively big. And then after Friday, what's the date on Friday? Friday is the 10th. CPI data comes in the week after that. So no, Powell doesn't speak until the 22nd, I believe, is when the next Fed meeting is going to be, is the 22nd. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's the 22nd. We might have some earnings here. Yeah, we're going to get ready to trade some futures. What's up, Michael? Got so many tabs up on my computer. Yeah, maybe AMC rips up over 10. I don't know. Fed Chair Powell testimony Tuesday, 7th of March. What's it on? Let me check this. We're going to look at March 7th. I hope he does, man. I love Jerome Powell days. Are you talking about February 7th, where he spoke last, a couple weeks ago? Wait. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, he's going to deliver the semi-annual monetary policy testimony before the Senate Banking Committee on March 7th. Okay, that'll be big. Yeah, we'll cover that for sure. That'll be at 10 a.m. It looks like. Yeah, we'll stream that for sure. VOIP, prove you're not a bot. Say something to me directly. Hey, no worries, Guts. Appreciate the support, bro. Yeah, appreciate that green orange. All right, we haven't traded futures at all today. We are green on the day, but just kind of sitting back waiting here. Okay, so yeah, he's not a bot. Thank you, VOIP. I appreciate you confirming you're not a bot. Yeah, I thought he was responding to my comment about and I'll tell you this, VOIP. What happens to a lot of traders, and I'm not saying it's you, but a lot of traders will make $500 one day, and then they'll say, "Oh, I make $500 every day," you know, and it's like they'll make $500 one day, and then they'll make like $50 the rest, and then because they had one day where they make $500 to sound cool on the internet, they'll say, "Oh, I make $500 every day." I'm not saying that's you, but I think that's pretty common, you know, and so I think that's pretty common, you know. Hey, what's up, Try? Hope you're doing good, man. Yeah, I love Pal Days, bro. Yeah, penny stocks are shady, man. It's one of the biggest traps new traders face is penny stocks. A lot of stuff's consolidating right now. So the question is, the Dixie is moving up too, which generally is going to cause negative reactions in markets. Yeah, I mean, NQ is big range. Dixie moving up, SPY moving down now. Yeah, I hope so, man. I'm in AMC. I hope AMC goes up. Yeah, I heard about Robinhood. Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I think it's one of those things, VOIP, where you might be able to do it, but the larger. Okay, let me think. The easiest way to put it is like the larger gains you need to make per day, the larger gains you shoot for per day relative to your account size, the higher the likelihood that you'll eventually lose that account. You know, so like basically, if you're trying to make 20% in a week, day trading a $20,000 account, you might be able to do it one week and get lucky, and you might be able to do it the next week and get lucky again. But the more you do it, the odds are stacking higher and higher against you. That one day your account's just going to be gone. The less you try to make relative to your account size, the safer it's going to be. Like variance is always there. Like blackjack is the best example I can use with this, right? So like card counters, say you save up 100K. The larger your bankroll, or poker, you can use poker terms as well. The larger your bankroll, the safer your money is, because the larger the size of your account, the less variance you're gonna have long term, and the more you're gonna let your edge show up, if that makes sense, right? And I think it's very true with trading as well, which is that like the smaller your account, the higher the variance you're going to be trying to make bigger gains on it. The larger your account, the less variance you're going to have long term, because the more you're going to allow your edge to play out over a long term period of time. Yeah, what's up, Try? All right, so we're right at the previous closing price. It looks like me taking off of some of my Google trade was the right move there. And so we're still green on the day as well. We're green less now that we're getting these pullbacks, but we are still green, which is good, I guess. Wait for the opening bell. Anything could happen at the opening bell. And the market's mostly flat today since the open. Yeah, I've had way better results swinging blue chips. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Blue chips are the right way to shoot in terms of the biggest edge. The biggest edge you're going to have is in blue chips, and that's the biggest misconception that a lot of new traders just don't understand, which is like the biggest edge you're ever going to have is in large caps, S&P 500 or the associated stocks within the S&P 500. Those are the biggest edge you're going to get. They give you on average 8 to 12% a year. That's a big edge. Most penny stocks are going to fail long term, and so day trading them is more consistent, as well as investing in them, swing trading them. They're just more consistent that way. That's one of the reasons, like what you've seen me about to trade at the open is the S&P 500 futures contract, because trading this is just more consistent than day trading penny stocks, in my opinion. But it's subjective. Everybody's different. All right, so we had a little bit of a loss yesterday, but we're still green so far. Just please don't plug it VOIP, man. Like I said, we talked about this earlier. Just listen, it's all good. You're more than welcome to be here. Just please don't try to plug in your socials, man. It'll get you banned. Just a heads up, All right, guys. Market opens up in about 11 minutes. 11 minutes. All right, so we're right at the break-even level in the day here. We're very, very neutral. I do feel like blue chip holding is a trap. I have friends that just buy and hold blue chips. Sorry, but 7% just isn't good enough for me. You're not even edging out inflation right now. Right, but the point is to edge out inflation, man. Again, it's one of those things where, I'll put it this way, okay? And I day trade. Again, I think if you're going to day trade, you should try a funded account program over putting up the money yourself, because I think putting up the money yourself, you're risking a lot. But like the easiest way to put it is like, you teach somebody to day trade, right? And somebody day trades and they learn to day trade over like a 5-year period. Odds are they're going to come out of that 5 years losing money. You know, you put the same amount of money and time into investing or swing trading blue chips, and the odds are, in my opinion, that they're going to make money over that 5-year period of time. And that's the biggest difference, you know? And sure, everybody thinks like they're going to be the outlier to that and that they're going to just enter the market and make all this money. That's generally not true. Most people lose money in this game, you know? And it's something that's important for people to recognize and understand, is that a large majority of people are going to lose money. That's why we try to be honest with people here and just tell people, hey, look, the odds are stacked against you in that regard. Like, you probably lose. And that's okay, you know, but it's something where if you're struggling financially, you should not be day trading. You know, day trading is not going to help you. At least put up here. You could try a funded account program and all, but understand you'll probably lose that too. And that's okay. That's the point of them, is to save you money. It's cheaper to lose that than it is to put up 20K yourself. I'll put it that way. But, you know, it's about edge. Drop breed, man. What's up, dude? Blue chips. Hey. It depends on how much capital you have, OJ, to be honest. It depends on how much capital you have, man. Like I said, if you've got the money to sit on it, you know. That's the biggest edge you'll get. You can try to day trade, and day trading, you can get good at day trading, and the ceiling is certainly higher with day trading, without question. But, you know, and I day trade, of course. But, again, if you want more guaranteed results, invest that ish, man. You know, like, but if you want a higher ceiling, that's where day trading and swing trading are involved, you know. Because what a lot of people don't realize is, like, day trading, a lot of people are going to be down over a 5-year period anyway. And so, like, if you spend all your time, you're going to spend more time, you know, short-term trading, probably lose, or you could stick your money and have more time, more free time, and probably make money, you know. Yeah, divvies. I mean, dividends is really the way to do it, man. You can do it with divvies too. Again, you need like $500 to $1 million to really live off of dividends, though. You know, at least 500,000 to $1 million to live off of divvies, though. Oh, that should come naturally, though. It's bad. He said, I'm trying to get to trading as a job level. That should come just naturally. You know, that should come. You know, if you're not profitable, you should never quit your job trying to day trade. You know, that's a terrible idea. Like, I've heard people saying, hey, should I take out a loan? No, you should never do that, man. Stop thinking that way. Again, if you're green, you'll know it. If you can make $10 a day, you can make 100. You know, you can make 1,000. The only difference is size. Problem is, a lot of people want to go from, like, there's two problems there. A lot of people trade too small of a sample size, and so it's like they lose, and then they win for 2 weeks, and they're like, oh, I'm a pro now, you know, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel or I'm a pro now, I'm gonna quit my job and get a loan and day trade with that. And it's like, that's a terrible idea. You need a large sample size of proven track record trades where you've been doing it for at least a year plus, earning good percentage income every year. And that's not going to be many people. I have a divvy account. Yeah, more like 2 million, 100%. Yeah, I'm not really much of a day trader, OJ. So if you're trying to throw shots at me, man, again, I don't know if you are or not. I don't sell a course. I don't sell a service. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I make most of my money with swing trading, actually. But I mean, you know, it's all good either way, I guess. Hey, what's up, Jessica? Yeah, everything's good. Hope you're doing well. I traded for 4 years, lost 3 accounts. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. I've lost a lot of accounts too, man. I think every new trader loses accounts. I think losing accounts is kind of necessary as well, because by losing accounts, you develop risk management, is the easiest way to put it. When it burns to lose, you don't want to feel that again. And so you avoid that any way you can. And, you know, that's where you build risk management systems. Okay, all good then, OJ. Yeah, no worries, man. Sorry, context is hard to tell. Yeah, for sure, dirt bike. But yeah, it has been a while, Jessica. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, you got to feel that burn, man. That's the that's what stops you from losing more in the future, you know. All right, Google dipping down again. I did take some off of Google to where, you know, I'm not really super worried about a dip now. I'd love to see a rebound, but we do have some data coming out that might influence the market in that way. So, all right, we have about 4 minutes, team. 4 minutes. It's a slow week, though, man. It's a slow week. I'm just kind of trying to be patient. Yeah, I'll go ahead and show you guys this picture. I posted this picture to Twitter earlier. This is me as a kid. Yeah, I posted this picture earlier. That's me as a kid. That's my dad. That is me right there. My dad's a falconer, so in Louisiana we hunt with falcons, which you can see the bird right there. That's a Harris hawk, not a red-tailed hawk. Actually, I think I labeled it wrong. That's actually a Harris hawk, but still, that's me at like 8. Our market is right around those low levels here. Yeah, I do look like my dad. No, I never hunt gators, man. You know. Yeah, I think keeping your real job is key as well. I think you have to have disposable income to day trade and really learn it. I think you got to have disposable income. I think if you don't have disposable income, it's going to be such a struggle, and you're going to be so nervous about every individual trade that, you know, it's not going to be worth it. So yeah, I agree. I think you need disposable income. Dixie's starting to pump up a little bit here. Market's starting to dip here. Again, we got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Yeah, I think you need disposable income. Less than a minute, guys. We got less than a minute. Yeah, 100%. I think you need disposable income. I think you need to be able to. I think you need to have money that you can lose, because if you don't have money that you can lose, you're never going to learn. You're going to be too emotional about the money that you lose to really make it worthwhile, you know? I don't know. I think the market's probably fearing opposite, though, Green. I think the market would like 0% GDP growth, but it depends on whether we're fearing recessions right now or whether we're fearing inflation. I think there's a difference. All right, guys, here's the open. Good luck. All right, there's the opening bell. Google has basically bounced all the way back at the open with a big bounce back, leading the market in some regards at the opening bell. The dollar index is still trying to move up. All right, market's falling back down here. Again, we'll see if it continues. Gonna let things consolidate first. Google's still creeping up a little bit here. Ford up at the opening bell too. Sitting back waiting here, just kind of patiently waiting. We got some red candles at the opening bell. Mostly red action. Dixie is still creeping up pretty strong though. Kind of want to buy this dip now though. We got one contract here. We'll add another and then see if we get a rebound here. We've been consolidating in the same range for enough time to where, you know, we're also opening up pretty extended under VWAP here. So I think a bounce back is possible, but just based off of extension. AMC bounced right at the previous closing price too. Tesla, is Tesla the one falling? Yeah, I mean, Tesla's not doing that bad relative to the rest of the market here. We're pretty flat on this trade. I want to give it time, but if we break lows, I'm not going to like that at all. We're going to cut it. Too big of a chance of a breakdown there, and so we'll just let the rest of it chill and just hang out. Ford is actually moving up some, so that's nice. Tesla cracked lows. Choppy action. We're going to completely stop trading at this point and wait. Tesla starting to bounce back here. I bought this dip to see if we can start to get a rebound and some stuff, but doesn't look like it was the right move. We'll cut it and get out with a $15 loss there. So small again. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles since the open. Ford actually moving up really nicely though. Ford up to 12.12s here. We still have some shares of Ford too. Did you hire a flute player in your room? It's not a flute, it's an ocarina. Okay. It's the Ocarina of Time from Zelda is what it is. Tesla really break it down under 209s. Yeah, PMI data comes out. So we have Chicago PMI data in about 25 minutes or so. We've had some red action at the open, but it's kind of choppy too. Market is looking weaker than some of the other stuff. Mostly from Tesla, it looks like. AMC's still kind of bouncing at the previous closing price. Google trying to move up too. I tried to catch a falling knife and I've not gone super well. Yeah, if you don't know what an ocarina is, you know, yeah, get out of this room, okay? I'm too old for you, you know. Pizza? The bear market's not over. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I get so many people like, I get people be like, I have people act like they say, we're gonna get the worst crash the market has ever seen, you know, and then the market drops 2%, and they're like, see, and I'm like, bro, the market dropped 2%. What are y'all talking about? You know. Ford starting to bounce back. Green on Ford on the day. Oh, I did mine too. I used to have some ferrets. Their name was Gandalf. Or no, not Gandalf. I'm sorry. Their name was Ganon, Zelda, and Link were their names. Honestly, Ganon and Link were kind of jerks, though. They would like steal all Zelda's food, which I guess lived up to the name, except for, you know, except for Link, I guess. But no mustard challenges anymore. We've evolved past that, kind of. Nah, dude, I hate mustard, man. I hate mustard, like, really bad, you know? And, I used to tell people if we got $75 in donations, I would take a mustard spoon. I hated it. Yeah, we're doing all right. Like, market's still kind of chopping back and forth here. Google's actually testing the highs of market open, so that's good. Ford is choppy. Yeah, maybe. You might be right, Flavio. I don't know. What's up, Underground? Yeah. Mustard streams are done right now, man. I'm not doing them again. Push-up. The real OG ones were push-up streams. AMC ripping over $8 here, so AMC breaking highs. All right, so we've got a drop at the open and then a retrace. Tesla is what's dragging the market down, just to put it into perspective. Tesla just cracked lows again. AMC up to 805s right now, though. Google breaking highs again at $90 a share here. Let's see if it drags the rest of the market up. I hate mustard, man. The reason I hate mustard is actually like whenever I would do something wrong as a child, my parents knew I hated mustard. And so it was kind of similar to the soap in the mouth thing. My parents would put a drop of mustard on my tongue. What happened is it just made me hate mustard even more, you know. It'd have to be something like, I'd have to do something like genuinely not good though for them to do it. So it wasn't like they were just doing that left and right, but who knew when I got older I'd get paid for it, you know? Google rip it up. Let's right at the previous closing price. Borrow fees. AMC up to 820s right now, 820s. Google trying to go green. Market's still kind of slow. Again, Tesla's what's dragging the market down. No, man, I just can't do it. One time I went to this Mediterranean place by our house, and they had like this chicken that was yellow, and I assumed it was like curry chicken. I ate a bite of it. Hated it, you know. It was mustard chicken. AMC, rip it up here. AMC flying up right now. It's 840s. I am now green in AMC, guys. Wow. The patience worked here. I am now green on AMC. Google, I'm green on as well. Ford, I'm green on today too. So that's a nice little bounce back in all the stocks I'm holding. But AMC is going here. Yeah, I don't know if I don't do that to my kids, obviously. I understand, like, if I really want Jack to listen, you gotta like, I take away video games for Jack, and he'll do whatever I want him to do after that. You know, video games are where, you know, the modern generation. So I just take away video games. AMC up to 850s. Google still ripping up. You love to see it. Ford testing highs. Market pulling a complete 180 here now. I'll look to try to buy this if I can. Hello? All right, guys. Sorry, I'm in this trade right now. We got 4 contracts here. I'm trying to let it rip up some. It looked like a strong kind of red to green style move that was happening. But Tesla is what's weighing the market down. Tesla keeps dropping the market. Tesla broke lows again just now. At least it's testing the lows now. The rest of the market's doing okay, though. But Tesla is really weighing the market down here. All right, slightly green here on the trade. I could add a little bit more to this, but I think I'm just going to chill. Hey, see you try. Have a good day, brother. Again, we're slightly green on the trade, but we're going to let it work a little bit longer. There we go. All right, we got filled a first trade. We're going to let the rest work. Got another half of that. Got the rip. Just got the rest of it. We're slightly green on the day. We're slightly green, but we're green, but it's slight. All right, guys. The PMI data drops in 2 minutes, too. So the PMI data does drop in 2 minutes. Market's ripping up, though. This is great for me. Again, I'm going to let my swing trades keep working. Market's right at the previous closing price, though. So I'm going to short here just in case we reject at this level. Maybe I should take a little bit larger size, but that's all good. Google testing highs here on the day. That's nice to see. Oh, wait, the PMI data drops in less than a minute. Hold on, team. PMI data is expected to show up at 45. I'm going to go ahead and cut this. PMI data is expected to show up at 45. Again, under 50 is a contracting manufacturing sector. Above 50 means an expanding manufacturing sector. So 45, they're predicting a small contraction. We got about 30 seconds. But that's the nuance of it. Again, under 50 is contracting. Above 50 is expanding. Manufacturing sector. So all right, here's the data right here. We got 10 seconds. All right, so here's the release. Waiting for the data to show up. It is. Still not up yet. Market's reacting very favorably to this, though. But none of the places I have it up. 4 point. No, it's still not out yet. Come on, man. Still not showing up. 43.6 is what it showed up as. 43.6. 43.6. So again, less than expected. A more contracting monetary or a more contracting manufacturing sector than expected. 43.6. And then we got the CB consumer confidence data dropping soon too. Yeah, 43.6. It's doing great things for the market here as well, though. A lot of stuff testing highs here. Market's flying up. But everywhere else, it's pretty slow on the report. Generally, they report the data a little bit faster than this, but market's really liking it, though. Starting to move up. Forward breaking highs again, up to 12/16. Yeah, a lot of stuff's moving back up with that PMI data, which means that manufacturing is expanding or is contracting more than expected here. Market went green at 398 on the day, so the market just went green on the day. Google testing highs again at 90.30. Ford is testing highs again. And now we got consumer confidence data coming out, team. So we do have CB consumer confidence data. I'm gonna buy this dip. Big pullbacks here. So we're now back green on the day. We got two contracts here. Trying to give it time to work. Ford is popping up though nicely here. Ford is at 1220 roughly. Flat right now. We're gonna see if this trend continues. We got CB consumer confidence data pulling up. We got three contracts. Yeah, that comes out at 10 a.m. in 12 minutes. We're about to cut this. This is a big drop. We break the low of this candle, we'll cut it. What? I just went long? What? Okay, I don't know what I just did. I accidentally went short, I guess, but not really what I wanted. I guess we'll cut that. Hopefully break even. I accidentally double-clicked. Again, we're down a little bit on the day, but not much. It's pretty back and forth day. Tesla is really what's dragging the market down, though. Again, CB data comes out in about 11 minutes. AMC up to 830s. Nice little trend there for AMC. Tesla just dumped under lows and actually went red on the day here. So again, Tesla's weighing on the market sentiment today. Tesla just broke lows, broke all the way down to 207s right now, and then that's pulling the market down some. So Tesla dumping the market right now. Is this news bullish? It's being it originally was interpreted as bullish, but it's less it's less of for sure reaction. Like we don't know if it's bullish or bearish. It's more nuanced than that. Some people are going to say manufacturing is contracting, and that's good for inflation and spending. Like the sector contracting is good for lower spending, which means less inflation. Some people are going to say, oh, well, that's lesser economical and GDP growth, and so that's bad, right? So it's arguable. Positive or negative is arguable. Tesla is really what's weighing the market down, though. Google almost back up to highs of the day. Well, I mean, the reaction is, again, it could be both. We don't know. All right, now we're getting some breakdowns in markets. Again, Tesla's way in markets down. Tesla dropped all the way to 206.50. Choppy market right now, so my hands are off. We're down a little bit on the day, but not much. Green on our swing trades, but red on day trading, but a very small red. But again, it's mostly from Tesla today, guys. Tesla's dumping on the market. So Google leading the market. Google testing highs of the day again. Google is actually technically green on the day, up to 90.30s, testing highs. Tesla is very red on the day at 206.50s, and the market's kind of trending more with Tesla, which makes sense. It's a larger percentage. Again, 8 minutes, we got consumer confidence data dropping. All right, market bouncing up a little bit here. Google testing highs. Ford right around volume weighted average price. SPY rebounding back up some. Nice strength coming in. Again, testing that previous closing price level here again. We'll see if it holds. But we do have CB consumer confidence data dropping in about 6 minutes. Yeah, we took most of our profit. I mean, we took some profit, not most of it. It was actually a small percentage of profit, but we did take some off yesterday on Google. Tesla's starting to bounce back a little bit. SPY trying to go green on the day. So SPY right at the previous closing price, right over it now. So SPY technically green on the day. Tesla is finally bouncing up, but it might rejected that previous close. Google broke highs at 90.40s right now. Ford up to 12.15s. SPY testing that previous close and rejecting a little bit. And Tesla's still underneath the previous close. Well, Well, no, AI is going to be a game changer for sure. I mean, like people can act like it's not a big deal or that it's been around for a long time or whatever it is. The reality of it is it's only just now gotten sophisticated enough to where it can be genuinely like really, really useful for businesses. And if you don't understand the use case of it, it's very simple. Eventually, they're going to have their own programming based AI systems where you can say, hey, write me a component of JavaScript that does ABC, and do this with this parameter and this parameter in it and do this, right? And it'll write that code for you very fast, very quickly. And I know we have some stuff like that already, but it's getting much better. And so it's going to get to a point where most likely for business and tech companies, the future is most likely going to look something like a lot of the programming is going to be AI based. It's going to be written by programs. It's going to be AI written. And there's going to be some type of overseer through that, right? So it's going to be written by AI, and then there's going to be like a main programming dev that oversees it to make sure it's good and accurate and correct. And that's going to save businesses in terms of jobs, in terms of pay, all that different stuff. It's going to, again, it's going to cause there to be less jobs out there, but there's also going to be more jobs that spring from it as well, in my opinion. But it is going to change the game. Again, I can understand how some people might think it's a fad, but yeah, 100%. Yeah, but again, AI might have been around for decades. TVs were around for decades and decades and decades now. What, almost a century now, or at least maybe not a century. When did they come out? The 40s and 50s, but still 60, 70 years of TVs. It doesn't mean it's the same thing that we had back then. Like they're just it's completely different. Like that's kind of like saying, hey, cars have been around for a century now. We've had cars already for a century. I don't get the hype of electric vehicles or whatever it is, right? It's not a reasonable argument, in my opinion. I think there's a huge difference between AI now and AI 30 years ago. There's an obvious and self-evident difference between AI systems now and back then. And again, at this point in time, they're going to be able to take and do a lot more work than they used to be. Yeah, it'll make development easier, faster. Again, most of tech is going to be AI based in terms of programming, where it's like you're still going to have devs that oversee everything, but you're going to be able to produce tech so much faster now. Well, yeah, you're going to need an overseer. I mean, you keep saying that, SJ. You know what I mean? But again, you're not really giving us anything back in terms of like an argument. You're just saying it's a buzzword. But when I'm saying, hey, there's a big difference between it now and back then, you're just kind of saying the same thing again. It doesn't mean anything unless you have some actual points behind it, brother. Anyways, Ford pump it up at 12/13. Google down there as well. Yeah, I'm a JavaScript developer mostly. JavaScript and React Native. But I do a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really going to argue about it, SJ. I think I've laid out my points pretty clearly, but it's no reason to argue, man. We can agree to disagree. It's all love here, man. It's all good. Google at 90.2 right now, so bouncing right. A lot of the moves today have been range based off of the previous closing price. If you look at what the SPY ran into, the previous closing price right here and rejected off of it. Google pulled back to the previous closing price and bounced off of it. Tesla actually broke over the previous closing price, so we'll see what the price action does as well. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all good. We could agree to disagree. Again, I think pointing out that AI is completely different than how it was back then. It's not the same at all. Most of tech is not done by AI. At least it wasn't 6 months ago. Most tech was done by individual software developers who program it themselves, like a normal conventional programmer. I think something that started to sprout up since stuff like Chat GPT and other AI systems have been around is you got a lot of people that are building programs outside of that in a much faster and easier way. And so again, I think it's completely different than how it was back then. Back then, it was very rudimentary. It certainly wasn't sophisticated like it is now. CC data. Yeah, we got consumer confidence data that's out right now. So it's out right now, and it came in at, let me see. So the data showed up as 102.9. 102.9 versus 108.5 expected. So less consumer confidence data, which probably will be interpreted as a positive thing for inflation. And yeah, the market is interpreting it as positive. Again, the data came out at 102.9. Expected to show up at 108.5, which means that less spending is essentially like what this means. This means less spending right now. Google just broke highs of the day. Google up to 90.50s right now. Ford up to 12.15s. But yeah, so basically consumer confidence being less high, less than expected consumer confidence, again, means that less spending essentially, right? When consumers are less confident, just wait, I'll eat it after this. When consumers are less confident, when consumers are less confident in markets, then there's going to be less spending. And so a lesser consumer confidence report here means that there's probably going to be less spending, and that's why we're getting a positive reaction in markets. Again, market mostly reacted positive. The SPY is now actually technically green on the day. At least it was. It just rejected underneath it. Oh, we certainly got a reaction in a bunch of different stuff. It wasn't a huge reaction, but it was a reaction for sure. Yeah, for sure. I can agree. I think AI is going to it's going to change the landscape of tech, which is what I was saying. Like, I don't like, you get a lot of people who are acting like it's not such a big deal and that it's no big deal. Like, again, most of them aren't software developers and they don't understand, they don't understand why it's useful. They're looking at it in terms of, how it was 20 years ago. They're not understanding why it changes the game in terms of tech, And again, I don't think it's quite there yet, to be honest. I don't think Chat GPT is quite there yet. I think as a software developer, it needs to be a little bit better. But I think that'll come over time. I think eventually, over time, it's going to look like you're going to have dedicated programming language-based AI systems that can build everything for you, And that's going to make... And again, I think you'll have like an overseer developer that'll basically look at everything and fix it. All right, guys, Google up there testing highs again. And again, I'm going to let it just work here. Tesla could bounce back. It's back over the previous closing price. The SPY is still red on the day. AMC looks like a symmetrical triangle. I'm looking at what Apple's doing as well, but there's a pop. Google hitting 90.50s right now. Apple has been bouncing back really nicely as well. Right, for sure, Joel. Google up to 90.50s. So Google breaking highs again, which is good. Again, we're in Google. We've been holding Google. I'm going to let it keep working. Profit target's 91 or 92s for this. So you can kind of see my Thinkorswim account's doing really nicely today. So this is the P&L on the day right now. We're up about 270. So I will take it. We'll see if it continues. All right, market is actually technically green on the day now. There goes Google up to 90/60s. Again, I'm gonna let it keep working. $90/60s is where I took profit last time. Yeah, Chat GPT is just not quite there yet, man. It's just not quite there. Yeah, I'm not really looking at the Richmond Manufacturing Index. I was more looking at the CB Consumer Confidence data, which is really what moving stuff right now, I think. LHDX. What was the news? Well, it means less spending, Rojo. So, like, if you look at what the consumer confidence data actually means here, right? So, if you look at what the consumer confidence data means, this is why it equaled a positive response in markets. Okay, so this is the Conference Board Consumer Confidence. It looks at the level of consumer confidence in economic activity, so it can predict consumer spending, and it's a widely used consumer spending predictor, right? And so, in that regard, what makes inflation worse? Higher consumer spending, and so. If a lesser than expected consumer confidence report equals less spending, what can we conclude from that, right? What we can conclude is that a lesser CB consumer confidence report means less spending, which equals lower inflation problems, less inflationary problems, right? That is why the market is reacting positively, is because the market is still, really fearing inflation is what it is. Like, the market's really fearing inflation. We're going to take a little bit more off of this trade. A little bit more off on the trade. We're close enough to my all right, so we have 250 shares left. So yeah, we're gonna let the rest of Google work. We just took off most of, or not most. We took out another maybe half of the position we had left, a little bit less than half of the Google position, and we'll let the rest keep riding up. Yeah, I don't think they are. But I mean, when we're looking at short-term reactions like this, Rojo, when we're looking at short-term reactions, we're going to use short-term predictors. Like, again, if you're zooming out and you see a broader reaction in the market on the downside, that's one thing. But that's not what we're getting right now. Like, we're looking at short-term reactions because of spending. Again, if you look at the nuance of the market, high spending is bad right now. So like, if high spending is bad, then the CB Consumer Confidence Report being lower than expected means less spending, which is good, right? That's why the market is responding like it is because a lower CB Consumer Confidence Report means less spending, and less spending is going to be always interpreted as positive in inflationary markets. And that's why we're getting a positive reaction to it. I mean, at the very base of it, it's just algorithms analyzing and predicting that, and then taking trades based off of it is really what it is. So, all right, so yeah, we've scaled out of Google. We're still in Ford. We'll let the rest ride a little bit. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and bow out for now. We are gonna be streaming AMC earnings later on today, so y'all be ready for that. Y'all check out Top Step. Top Step, again, what we're day trading on today, where we didn't really do too much day trading, but we have been day trading on Top Step. And again, my TOS account's got about 30K. in it or so. And so I don't really need to get funded. But for those that don't have as much money as me and you want to get funded, try out futures. The futures market, there's no PDT rule. And what you see here is essentially the S&P 500. And so what you see me day trading here is the S&P 500, and there's no PDT rule. And if you look at what this economic data influences, it influences the S&P 500 and other broad market ETFs. And so if you want to actively day trade, the futures market is where you do it with less than 25K. And if you want to try out that market without taking on a lot of risk, most new traders are going to lose money. A beautiful way to test your skill is a funded account program. Top Step's the most legit. It's been around for over 10 years, over a decade. They fund thousands of traders. They pay out in actual withdrawals, millions of dollars every year. And essentially what they do is they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, and they're basically testing you for profitability, then they fund you with a 90% split between 50 to 150K. The base package is $140. And to be fair, I think most people are going to lose the challenge. Most people aren't going to be able to prove profitability because most traders lose money. I think that's an obvious thing, is that most traders lose money. But the beautiful part about this is that it's a lot cheaper to lose a Top Step account than it is to put up the money yourself and risk that. You're going to lose thousands of dollars a lot of the time trying that out. And so it's a great way to test your skill. You can get 20% off if you use my link. Again, I'm certainly biased in their favor because I'm certainly biased in their favor because they pay me money. So naturally, I'm biased in their favor. Yeah, man, you must not watch the stream very long. I end the stream every day at the same time, bro. At the same time. Has nothing to do with my views right now. My views are tanking because I told people I was closing the stream down. Not the other way around, man. Like prior to me saying that, we had like 540 something people here. Generally, this is a slow day for me as well. Watch AMC earnings this evening. Again, it's not anything about views. We end the stream every day at the same time, man. But cry about it, bro. I'll see you later, man. Y'all be good. Love you all. Y'all be safe. Also, y'all can check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. Again, they are a sponsor of mine as well. So I'm certainly biased for them as well. But what they do is they give you custom trading view indicators and alerts. The next stream is going to be this evening. So the next stream is going to be this evening. But what Chart Prime does is they give you custom trading view alerts. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money from this. Nobody can, of course. They are a sponsor of mine. And so we try to keep some of the plugs towards the very end of the day. But again, just looking at the Chart Prime alerts today, you can kind of see how they might be pretty useful here. Look at yesterday, man. Yesterday, they were just on point. And so if you look at this, let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what this actually is. So here's Chart Prime. All right. And so again, custom trading, they give you reversal alerts. They automatically document support or resistance. They show you candlestick indicators and stuff like that. But look, this is how you really use Chart Prime, right? And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but look at how many bullish and engulfing and hammer candles show up. When you get a lot of them showing up together at once, it can be a great sign. And then look at the drops you get after it. Here's a reversal up signal, and they automatically document support or resistance as well.
At the heart of finance is trust. Collaboration and cooperation is very, very important.
What is playing on my screen right now? Sorry, Bloomberg's throwing me up some stuff. Anyways, look at this. Reversal up signal, bounce. Bunch of bearish engulfing signals, drop. Reversal up signal here. You get a bounce. This one was wrong, but look at this one. Right at the bottom, bounce. Reversal up signal here. You get a bounce. And so again, custom trading view alerts and signals. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but I can't fake what I just showed you. And again, that's just a small little piece. If you zoom out, they show you actual chart patterns as well. So if I add to this here, if I go to this and I go to the, if I zoom out a little bit is the easiest way to put it. They show you actual chart patterns. And so again, they're not going to be right 100% of the time. Nothing is. But when you consider that you can get it for like $35 a month right now, very, very cheap. Very, very cheap. If you pay for longer than just a month, it's even cheaper than that. And so again, if you want to check it out, link is in the description. Check them out. Great way to help support the channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Good luck. Love you all. Y'all be safe. Yeah, I was wondering where that ad was coming from. Yeah, y'all have a good day. Again, green day for me. If you want to see TOS right now, again, here's my Thinkorswim account. On the day, we're up about a little bit less than 300. We are up 272 on the day right now, 272. So not too shabby here. We'll take it. Good luck. Love you all. Y'all be good. We'll see you guys later.